Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yasodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jai Shri Shri Radha Madhava Ashtasaki Ki Jai. Thank you very much for all of you for coming today. We will, for those who are new or who have come for the first time, this is a class where we have every 2 weeks where we discuss Bhagavad Gita and other books. And today is the last class for this semester. For last 2 semesters, that is over an year, we have been going through the Bhagavad Gita, reading all the 18 chapters. So today is the concluding class of that, and the next week we have exam. So please don't worry, those who have come for the first time, we are not going to trick you into writing exam or force you into writing exam. You can just relax, sit, listen, no obligation. Hare Krishna. So, Priya Kishori was supposed to be here to give the overview. She's not here, so we'll jump directly into the class. And at the end of the class, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu will give the overview for the second part. And if he so chooses, he can give the overview for the entire chapter in whatever time. Well, fingers crossed, we may have Hanumat Preshak Maharaj come here and give an introduction to Nectar of Devotion. So the next semester will be the last semester where we read Nectar of Devotion for the first part. And Maharaj said that if he has time, he'll come here and he'll talk about Nectar of Devotion. No. He's with one of the devotees here. And then he said he'll come by the time we complete the class. And he's an authority on Nectar of Devotion. He's delivered lectures in Radha Desh and other places, and he read Nectar of Devotion, so I'm eagerly looking forward to having him. So, as a recap, what we will do is we'll read the verses right from the first verse up till the 39th verse. We'll quickly go through it and we'll brush up our memory, because between the last class and now we have had the temple opening and so many other events. So I'm pretty sure that a revision will not help. But before we start, let's offer Mangalacharan prayers. For those who are not sure, please open the page number 1 of the book, and it has the Mangalacharan prayers after the preface, just as the beginning of introduction, page number 1 of the book. And we'll read the first few verses, and you can just follow me. You don't have to repeat or something like that. We'll all do it together if you want to follow. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute. Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. Vancha kalpatarubhayascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Matsamo nasti papatma na paradhi cha kaschana pariyare pilajjame kim bhuve purushottama. Bhumau skalita padanam bhumireva avalambanam Tvai jata paradhana tvameva sharanam prabho. Vairagya vidya nija bhakti yoga sikshartamekaha purusha purana. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shariradhari Kripambudiryastamaham prapadhye. Kalam nashtam bhakti yogam nijamya Pradushkartum Krishna Chaitanya Nama Avirbhuta Tasya Padaravinde Gadam Gadam Liyatam Chitta Bringa. Radhe Vrindavanadhishe Karunamritavahini Kripaya Nijapadabja Dasyam Mayam Pradiyatam. Govinda Vallabhe Radhe Prarthaye Tvamaham Sada Tvadiyam iti janatu Govindo Mam Tvaya Saha. Radha Radhita Radhesha Radhika Prana Vallabha Radha Ramana Vande Tvam Radhika Prema Nirjita. Hare Krishna. Okay. So, for those who are online, we are very sorry that you can listen to the program online, but you cannot call in to ask questions. But if you have questions, then they can send the text message or SMS to 9408 to 973 626 4729. The number again is 973 626 4729. Thank you very much. So let's turn to chapter 18 and we'll read the verses, just the translation, up till the 40th verse, which we discussed in the last class. Chapter 18 is titled Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. For those who are in the class, the page number is 703. In your book, it is 703. And for those who are online or for those who are having some other book, then it's the first verse of chapter 18. Thank you very much. Text 1. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyas, O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, sannyas, and giving up the results of all activities is what the wise called renunciation, tyag. Text 3, some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty, yet other sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity and penance should never be abandoned. Text 4. O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Text 5. Acts of sacrifice, charity and penance are not to be given up, they must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity and penance purify even the great souls. Text 6. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That's my final opinion. Text 7. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 8. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Do you want a book? It's right there. Thank you. Text 9. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. The intelligent renouncer is situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work. Text 11. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who is truly renounced. Text 12. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable and mixed, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Text 13. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of these from me. Text 14. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul. These are the 5 factors of action. Text 15. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Text 16. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Text 17. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Text 18. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the 3 constituents of action. Text 19. According to the 3 different modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge: action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. Text 20. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. Text 21. That knowledge by which one sees in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. Text 22. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. Text 23. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, or without desire for fruitive results, is said to be in the mode of goodness. Text 24. But action performed with great effort by seeking one to gratify his desires, and enacted from a sense of false ego, is called action in the mode of passion. Text 25. That action performed in illusion, in disregard of scriptural injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 26. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. Text 27. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy these fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. Text 28. The worker who is always engaged in work against injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. Text 29. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the 3 modes of material nature. Text 30. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared, what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. Text 31. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion, under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. Sir, pardon? 31. Oh, sorry. Text 31. I apologize. O son of Pritha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. Text 32. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion, under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, in the mode of ignorance. Text 33. O son of Pritha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life, and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness. Text 34. But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. Text 35. and that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of darkness. Text 36. O best of the Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. Text 37. That which is in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion. Text 39. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep and laziness and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Text 40. There is no being existing either here or amongst the demigods in the higher planetary systems which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. So, till this point, Arjuna asks Krishna at the beginning of this chapter that he wanted to know two things, which is Sanyasa and Tyaga. And Krishna explains that. Also, one of the other things is, one controversy that arises is, should the acts of sacrifice and charity be given up because they are faulty? And Krishna declares, no, you should kind of continue the acts. So after explaining the activities to the point where the person who's doing the activities, he is not or she is not the only doer. Krishna clarifies that point. He says there are 5 factors of action, and just if a man or a woman thinks that I am just doing everything, then Krishna says that that's not the complete intelligence, or that's not the complete knowledge. Because the first item or the sannyas, or the first fault of a sannyasi is to think that I am the doer, and Krishna clarifies those. He goes into more details on how the modes of material nature act and what sort of determination, what sort of knowledge, happiness, so many other factors Krishna brings about. And now from this point on, we go on in an ascending fashion. First, Krishna talks about varnashram dharma. Then he talks about attaining perfection in Nishkam Karma Yoga, then the Brahman platform, then Paramatma, then more confidential instructions about himself. So as we go ahead, Krishna builds up upon these particular concepts, and we'll examine one by one. Right? Okay. Let's continue. Did we stop at 39 or did we stop at 40 last time? 40. Okay. Last class, not now. 39, right? Okay. Okay, anyway, let me just read the text 40 again. Natad asti pritivyam va divi deveshu va punaha sattvam prakriti jair muktam yad ebihi syat tribir gunai. There is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems which is freed from these 3 modes born of material nature. Text 41. Brahmana kshatriya visham shudranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani swabhava prabhavair gunai. Brahmanas, kshatriyas, vaishyas and shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of enemy. Text 42. Shamo damas tapah saucham shantir arjavam evacha jnanam vijnanamastikyam brahma karma svabhavajam. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. These are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Text 43. Shauryam tejo dhritir dhaksham yuddhe chapi apalayanam danam ishvara bhavascha kshatram karma svabhavajam. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in the battle, generosity and leadership are the natural qualities of work for Kshatriyas. Text 44. Krishi goraksha vanijyam vaishya karma svabhavajam paricharyatmakam karma sudrashyapi svabhavajam. Farming, cow protection and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras there are labor and service to others. Text 45. Svesve karmani abhirataha samsiddhim labate naraha swakarma nirata siddhim yata vindanti tachranu. Now by following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. So Krishna here, he talks about the four qualities or the four varnas, which are and Shudras. And Krishna again clearly emphasizes the fact that it's not by birth. It is by one's own natural tendencies to perform certain work. The caste system in India wrongly emphasizes birth, because Krishna never mentions birth as a quality or the criteria. And neither is any of the varnas better than others. Because Krishna says by each man following his own varna, he can achieve perfection. Krishna doesn't emphasize, if you are a Brahmana, you will achieve perfection. He says, no, if you are a Vaishya, do whatever naturally you have to do, and you will achieve perfection. He gives more and more explanations. On this, we have a question. So, Krishna says that these Brahmanas, Vaishyas and Kshatriyas are divided according to the modes of nature. So, what mode of material nature is Brahmana situated in? What mode is Kshatriya situated in? What mode is Vaishya situated in? And what mode is Shudra situated in? Ignorance. So the point here is there are modes that are acting, but even a Shudra can achieve perfection by doing his work in a perfect way. That's the point here. Nobody is higher or nobody is lower just because you are in one ashrama or varna. It is natural that Brahmanas are the leaders in terms of giving spiritual guidance. They are gurus and they are offered respects because they know the religious scriptures and they are concerned for others and they are willing to give directions because a Shudra cannot read Vedas. It's an injunction that a Shudra cannot read Vedas, but he can go to approach a Brahmana and Brahmana can give him instructions on what Vedas are. And by following those, the Shudra can become perfect in his own profession, not that he becomes a Brahmana. So Krishna emphasizes more on that point. And we'll read more. Any questions thus far? Yes. Maya Prabhu.
Prabhuji, as you rightly mentioned that it's not based on birth, but my understanding was that any person, irrespective of his present activities, if he progresses in Krishna consciousness and eventually becomes Brahman, then someone can be a dog eater or meat eater today, but after a few time period, it can be a lifetime or just few days, he can be giving a class. So how does this fit into that, continue your own work in a better way? And even you just mentioned that Shudra doing by his own work can achieve perfection. But in one way, say that in his human form of life, getting the initiation, the Brahman level that's at least the least requirement of a human form of life. So how do I understand this?
So where is it mentioned that only by becoming Brahmana you will be perfect?
No, my question is not...
I'm failing to understand what you're trying to say. So if you can help me clarify that, then I can answer it better.
Well, we say, right, that any person can become a Brahman.
Yes.
But then why do we also say that, he need not become one and, he can just continue to do what he is doing? On one sense, we say that in this human form it is, that's my understanding, that at least a Brahman initiation is a bare minimum requirement to say that I got this human form and made a use of it. Not that if you are Brahman initiated, you achieve everything. You still have duties. But then, so the confusion is that on one hand Krishna says that you need not change what you are doing. But at the same time, we say that a person has to elevate himself in this human form.
No, actually, the word, you use the word, two words, Brahman initiation, but actually they are two different words. The initiation is more important, not necessarily the Brahman initiation. Previously, the Kshatriyas, the Brahmanas, and the Vaishyas who could read the Vedas, only after being initiated by a guru, they would get the thread actually to say that they are initiated into the study of Vedas. But they would still do their duties. See, the thing is, how should I put this? This is a good example. When you see on the road, do you see motorcycles? Do you see trucks? Huge trucks? Do you see cars? Do you see some other weird vehicles? Okay, but who approves that? The DMV has to give permit, right? The purpose for all the people is the same, the requirements are different. But the DMV has to kind of bless all these people, yes or yes?
Yes.
So that is the point. The Vedas were meant for all the classes of men. And to know Vedas, you had to get initiated. But you had to do, see, if you are a Vaishya, how would you know what were the Vedic injunctions for Vaishya? Unless you would study or get the knowledge. If you don't have that basic knowledge, you won't even know how to do duties. Yes or yes? That's my point. The Brahmanas, the initiation was needed, but you could do the work in terms of your own nature and achieve perfection. The prime example is Arjuna, who was a Kshatriya, and he wanted to be a sannyasi. He said, Krishna, forget this war. I don't want to fight this war. Let me go to forest. I live by begging. What's the use of killing these many people? Krishna said, no, that's not your nature to go to forest and do begging. Better to do your duty and die on the battlefield or enjoy the kingdom rather than go to the forest. So, was Arjuna not initiated by Krishna with the knowledge? He was. But after being initiated by Krishna, what did he do? Did he become Brahman and perform 5 sacrifices? No, he went and fought. That's the point. So each of the Varnas and Ashram could achieve perfection by doing their duties. Please understand that when you talk of perfection, it's a little different perfection than pure devotional service. We'll get to that point in a minute. Krishna builds up upon this fact, what exactly is perfection in your duties, and what do you get after going ahead, and what is the level, and then what are the further levels. So there is a whole sequence. Given the fact that Varnashram Dharma is a pretty hot topic in our society, this will shed more light and probably stimulate your thinking on where the Varnashram stands. It's okay. You had a question, but can you reserve your comments till the last, because we want to kind of complete the class, and this is let the students get the chance. Is that okay? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. If you are here, I can kind of we'll have last comment time for comments. Thank you. Text 45. Did we do text 45? 46. Here is the catch Krishna gives. Text 46. Yata pravritti bhutanam yena sarvam idam tatam swakarmana tad abhyarcha siddhim vindati manava. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. See, coming back again to the fact that karma yoga means devotional service, is that even if you are doing your karma yoga, you worship Krishna. The bhakti is a minuscule portion. It's a small portion. That's not the goal of your doing your bhakti. Your goal is to make karma yoga. So the point here is, in all these different yoga systems, there is bhakti to Krishna, but it's obscured, totally obscured. Just like if there is a blazing fire, there is smoke, but you really don't see much of smoke. Or if there is huge smoke, and there is a small fire going on somewhere in between, you'll see only smoke. You won't see the fire, but small flame. Similarly, bhakti is a small flame in the smoke of karma yoga. It's there, but you don't see it, nor is the emphasis placed. Text 47. Here, Krishna talks about engaging in your own work. Text 47. Shreyan swadharmo vigunaha paradharma sva anutishtatat swabhava niyatam karma kurvan napnoti kilbisham. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. So this is the point. Even though one is a Brahmana, one is a Kshatriya, or one is a Shudra, there is no shame in just being called somebody, just because the society thinks you are like that. Krishna says everybody can achieve perfection, but do your duty sincerely in whatever nature you are. Don't forego your nature. Because something is troublesome, let me try something else. No, your nature is something, you'll keep doing the same thing. That is the point. If your nature is to, if you are in a more of a Kshatriya mentality, and then say, no, I can't, it's too much of a trouble. I'll be an office worker. I'll become more of a kind of Shudra mentality. You'll go and start fighting in the office. And causing all sorts of stuff. Because that's your nature, Kshatriya, your leadership. Your nature won't go away even though you change profession. Might as well stick to your profession even though there are faults, even though there are troubles. But rather than, change professions willy-nilly every which way. Thinking I'll be happy here, I'll be happy there, my problems, No. Krishna says here, because in the next verse he says, text 48, Sahajam karma kaunteya sadosham apina tyajet sarvaramba hi doshena dhume nagnir ivavrutaha. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of his nature, O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault. This is the point. Again, in the modern society, I'm not sure how much it can be implemented, or there should be some way in which it should be implemented, but modern society is completely mixed up. There is no fine distinction between Brahmanas, Vaishyas. There is some differentiation, but it's all a little mixed up. But anyways, Krishna says, just do your duty wherever you are. Because in one of the other purports, Krishna talks about he says that whatever work you are doing is because of Krishna. So one should, this is a nice thing, which let's go to text 46. Let's go back a little bit. It's on page 732 in the purport. Let's read that particular paragraph of the purport. For those who are online, we are reading the second paragraph of the purport of text 46 of the 18th chapter. Everyone should think that he is engaged in a particular type of work or occupation by Hrishikesh, the master of senses. And by the result of the work which one is engaged, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, should be worshipped. If one thinks always in this way, in full Krishna consciousness, then, by the grace of the Lord, he becomes fully aware of everything. That is perfection of life. The Lord says in the Bhagavad Gita 12.7, Tesham aham samuddartha. The Supreme Lord himself takes charge of delivering such a devotee. That is the highest perfection of life. In whatever occupation one may be engaged, if he serves the Supreme Lord, he will achieve the highest perfection. So, at least in the modern society, one need not get too mental about, where I am, what should I be doing, just chant Hare Krishna, Krishna will take care of it. And Prabhupada says in this purport that the present occupation you are engaged is by the will of the Lord, so do it to the best of your ability. Instead of thinking of something which, oh, maybe it should have been like this, I should have been like that, and then having so much of regrets and laments and so much things. Make sense?
One
Yes.
question, like on this purpose is that one good point is what you said is like whatever occupation we are doing, if we are, we should be happy with that because Krishna wants us to do that. But at the same time, if you are a devotee or you are trying to practice devotional service, did you try to see whether you should grow or in a career or something like that? Should we try to see whether I can go do this job or do that job or just see wherever it happens, just continue on that? How should the mentality be? What is correct, what is wrong?
Nice. Super question, actually. The nature of work which one is doing should give one happiness or at least some satisfaction. If there is a constant regrets or constant dissatisfaction, then one should seek out one's nature and try to work accordingly. In the sense like you may be working as an engineer maybe because your parents forced you to, but at heart your nature is something different. And then it's a question of an individual choice whether one can forego the fruits of being an engineer to the risk of being whatever your nature is, and the results may not be as effective. The point here is, I'm doing a job to pay my bills versus this is what I would have loved to do. That's something which an individual choice you have to make. But this cannot be done lightly, though. That's my point. People, think in a frivolous way. Maybe this is not good. This is not good. There are certain responsibilities you have towards your family, and one cannot simply be, in the name of finding my nature, can't be putting your dependence at risk either. So there has to be a balance on how you kind of manage that. But having said that, even within the corporate space, which most of the devotees are employed, there are various opportunities within the corporate space to move, and one has to take that risk. For example, if engineering is not my field, and I have these Brahminical tendencies I want to teach, maybe in corporate places there are places where you teach. Or maybe I want to be a leader. Instead of being an engineer, you can be an executive, and you can give the leadership qualities. You are a Kshatriya. It's a combination again. So, because there is no structure in place where I can fully manifest my nature, one has to make compromises. It's not because of the individual desires not to make or not to seek out my nature, but it is just a lack of infrastructure. In the previous ages, Brahmanas, they would fearlessly and they would, without worries, go do their Vedas. They wouldn't worry too much like where is the money going to come. The government should say, I would support you because you're a genuine spiritual, you're contributing to society spiritually, we'll support you. So they didn't have that fear. Things were taken care of. Because there is no lack of structure in place, one has to evaluate to see that, what is the best way I can suit. But having said that, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu, if one is taking up devotional service and doing the temple activities, after a certain time, by grace of Krishna, any activity is okay for you. You really don't care. Because my heart lies in serving Krishna. Any job it's okay, chalta. So, but if you have not reached that stage, then one should definitely make adjustments. Because you can't be working in a job where you are dissatisfied forever, because indirectly it's going to affect your devotional service. For example, Jadabharat in 5th canto of Bhagavatam, he was a self-satisfied, liberated person. He didn't care what sort of work he had. Any work which would help him to fill his belly, he would do it. Done. Because he was advanced. If we are not, then we should definitely seek a career counselor, talk to people, whatever it needs to help you be happy at your occupation, based on your nature. Maybe your friends or your parents or any counselors, they can tell you like what's your nature and maybe you should be doing this. And then the case comes, should I take the risk? What if I lose money for a certain time and I make these changes, career changes and all that? So all those things will come into picture. But if we'll beg Krishna to give us intelligence and strength that, that just place us in any job as long as we remember, and we'll be happy. So it's based on one's advancement. Sorry, long-winded question, but thank you. Text 49. So here, Krishna says what happens if you follow your own dharma. We are reading from text 49 of 18th chapter. Asakta buddhi sarvatra jitatma vigata spriha naishkarmya siddhim param sanyasena gacchati. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain, by practice of renunciation, the highest perfect stage of... One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain, by practice of renunciation, the highest perfect stage from freedom of reaction. But sentence is right, or am I reading it wrong? Can obtain the highest, my mistake. So, Krishna here, he talks about what happens. You will get freedom from reaction. Because you are fixed in the duty of your work without regarding for the loss or gain. Krishna says that you will achieve perfection in your work. But that's not enough. What happens if you achieve perfection in your work? Next verse. Text 50. Siddhim prapto yata brahma tatapnoti nibodame samasena eva kaunteya nishta jnanasya yapara. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. Please remember, in the 6th chapter, we talked about, what is the 6th chapter? Dhyana Yoga. So, Dhyana Yoga, we talked about the yogi who is in the beginning stages of dhyana and who is advanced in the stages of dhyana. Yoga Ruksho and Yoga Rudha. Aru Ruksho means one who is in the lower stages. In that lower stages, that person has achieved perfection in his occupational duties. But now Krishna says, if you want to achieve Brahman or Brahman realization through perfection of your duties, then these are the steps you have to take. Just having perfection in your duty is not enough. What is the verse? Shrama eva hi kevalam. We need the... please, the shloka book. Dharmasvanatstitha pumsha isakshena katatsyaha notpadayet yadi ratim shramay eva hi kevalam. So Bhagavatam says that through your work, through your duties, if you are not getting the taste for hearing about Krishna, then your labor is fruitless. So Krishna says that's not enough. I am perfect. I do my job perfectly. Sir, that's not the goal of life, do your job perfectly. You may get freedom from reaction, but there is more. And Krishna here, he says is that by achieving perfection, means you are in the Yoga Ruruksho stage. By doing these, then you will get perfection. And Krishna talks about these. The next few verses from 51 to 53. So reading verses 51 to 53 on chapter 18. Buddhya vishuddhaya yukto dhritya manam niyamya cha shabdadin vishayam styaktva raga dvesho yudasya cha vivikta sevi laghvashi yata va kaya manasaha jnana yoga paro nityam vairagyam samuparshitaha ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodam parigraham vimuchya nirmama shanto brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of senses, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind and power of speech, who is always in a trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship and peaceful, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. Here, Krishna talks of Dhyana Yoga and how in the lower stages you still have to keep doing work, but we have to do all these things and then get to the Brahman stage. Text 54. Brahma bhuta prasannatma na soshati na kankshati sama sarveshu bhuteshu mad bhaktim labate param. So, here through stages of Nishkam Karma Yoga, the Varnashram Dharma, doing your duties, perfection in duties, then you do the yoga practice, then you will achieve Brahman realization. And Krishna says, after achieving Brahman realization, Brahma bhuta prasannatma na soshati na kankshati sama sarveshu bhuteshu mad bhaktim labate param. Is the Priya Kishori, is this one of the verses to memorize?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yes.
So here in the translation it is said that one who has achieved the Brahman platform basically gets pure devotional service. Now what is the qualification for, what he is doing is just, it's not basically devoted to Krishna in that sense, but how then he achieves pure devotional service? Because Krishna again in the next verses will explain the super soul and how he should, the most confidential knowledge, how he get pure devotional service. So how come in this verse he says you can get pure devotional service even by being in the Brahman platform?
So here he says mad bhaktim labate param. So the thing is, let's read the purport, because there are a few points which we can clarify. Purport to the text 54. To the impersonalists, achieving the Brahmabhuta stage, becoming one with the Absolute, is the last word. But for the personalist or pure devotee, one has to still go further to become engaged in pure devotional service. This means that one who is engaged in pure devotional service to the Supreme Lord is already in the state of liberation called Brahmabhuta, or oneness with Absolute. Without being one with the Supreme, the Absolute, one cannot render service unto Him. In the Absolute conception, there is no difference between the served and servitor, yet the distinction is there in the higher spiritual sense. In the material concept of life, when one works for sense gratification, there is misery, but in the Absolute world, when one is engaged in pure devotional service, there is no misery. The devotee in Krishna consciousness has nothing for which to lament or desire. Since God is full, a living entity who is engaged in God's service in Krishna consciousness also becomes full in himself. He is just like a river cleansed of all dirty water. Because a pure devotee has no thought other than Krishna, he is naturally joyful. He does not lament for any material loss nor aspire for any gain, but he is in full service of the Lord. He has no desire for material enjoyment, and because he knows every living entity is a fragmental part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and therefore eternally a servant. He does not see in material world someone as higher and someone as lower. Higher and lower positions are ephemeral, and a devotee has nothing to do with ephemeral appearances or disappearances. For him, the stone and gold are of equal value. This is the Brahmabhuta stage. This stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. In that stage of existence, the idea of becoming one with the Supreme Brahman, annihilating one's individuality, becomes hellish. The idea of attaining heavenly kingdom becomes phantasmagoria, and the senses are like the serpents, whose poison teeth are broken. As there is no fear of serpent with broken teeth, there is no fear from the senses when they are automatically controlled. The world is miserable for materially infected person, but for a devotee, the entire world is as good as Vaikuntha, or the spiritual sky. The highest personality in this material universe is no more significant than an ant for the devotee. Such a stage can be achieved by mercy of Lord Chaitanya, who preached pure devotional service in this age. So the point here is, what Krishna is saying is, you come to that stage of spiritual existence, then you are eligible to perform devotional service unto me because you are in quality one with me. Right now, you are at a stage where you have this body and I am purely spiritual. So how can you have a relationship or that service with me? So you are here, through Brahmabhuta stage, come up here. Now you are eligible. You have achieved that eligibility to perform devotional service because you are in a spiritual plane. I am also in a spiritual plane. But by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, He gave the bhakti which is to be attained at a Brahmabhuta stage to everybody. He said, take this Hare Krishna Mahamantra and you will achieve pure devotion to Krishna irrespective of who you are. That's why He said, Shaidware Achandale. He used this method. Shaidware Achandale Kirtana Sanchare Nama Prema Mala Ganti Parailo Sabare. He said that using this method of Sankirtan, He gave this most unalloyed devotional service to Krishna irrespective of a person, or irrespective if a person deserved it or not, by weaving a wreath of name and prema together and throw it to the world. So that is a mercy of Mahaprabhu, that he is making us eligible to do the bhakti even without going through the lower stages. So take this.
Prabhuji, I was remembering that shloka which we learned last semester, Mam Chayo Vyabhichare.
Right.
So they have the same last Brahma Bhuya
Right,
Kalpate.
right.
So by Bhakti Yoga, you reach the level of Brahman realization.
Excellent. Nice point. A little bit helps? Yeah. So we bypass all these things. By Mahaprabhu's mercy, we just bypass all this. No yoga, no practice. We can't even do it. You don't want to try it. Mahaprabhu said, chant Hare Krishna. Do it. You'll get the highest perfection. Done deal. Text 55. Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yaschasmi tattvataha tato mam tattvato jnatva vishate tadanantaram. One can understand me as I am, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. So Srila Prabhupada clarifies here is that it's not merging into oneness with the Lord, but he uses many examples to defeat the Mayavad philosophy. Text 56. Sarva karmanyapi sada kurvano mad vyapashrayah mat prasada tavapnoti shashvatam padamavyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. Text 57. Chetasa sarva karmani mai sanyasya matparaha buddhi yoga upashritya matchitta satatam bhava. In all activities, just depend on me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully consciousness of me. Text 58. Matchitta sarva durgani mas prasadat tarishyasi atachet tvam ahankaram na shoshyasi vinangshasi. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. Text 59. Yadahankaram ashritya nayotya iti manyase mityaisha vyavasayaste prakritistvam niyokshasi. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Text 60. Svabhavayena kaunteya nibaddaha svena karmana kartum nechasi yan mohat karishasi avashopitat. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my nature, but compelled by work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. So Krishna thus concludes his instructions on perfection of work, on achieving Brahman realization, and how he says that even at this stage, Krishna says that you work. If just follow my instructions and you work. If you don't, then you will be lost. What does it mean by lost? Prabhupada explains, you will be again going in the cycle of birth and death. Again and again, repeatedly. But Krishna says, you take shelter of me, then you will overcome. And Krishna says, by nature you will work. That is the other point. By nature you are a warrior. And even if you say that I'll go to forest and beg, probably you'll be in forest for a day and come back and start fighting. That's the nature. It won't go away. It's integral of you. And so that's the point which Krishna has tried to make. Yes, Harisakirtan Prabhu.
Just one comment on also, like which you mentioned, like till here it is still talking about the Brahma Bhuta stage and all those things. But that point that if we don't work in consciousness of Krishna, we will get lost is still applicable for devotees also, because in today's world we are like half the time working in doing some other activity or the other, and we might not be conscious of Krishna at all the point in time. So maybe
True.
It is important not only for all the stages of people.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, Mayapur Prabhu.
Prabhuji, just confirming, the nature of a person can change, is that correct? I mean, someone may have a certain nature at a certain age, over a period of time. In the same lifestyle, it can change. Is that correct?
How do you define nature?
The same nature that you just talked about. Krishna said, you better fight, otherwise you can go in the forest.
Modes of material nature. Modes of material nature.
Yeah.
Is that
the
what
nature that defines one's occupation.
Yeah, usually it doesn't change. For example, a businessman, he was in business, running business for 30 years. Now he'll say, I'll become a peon. Your business, that's your nature. Till you die, you will be a businessman. Unless you really take up to devotional service, yes, that can alter your nature. Seriously, it can alter your nature. Because devotional service has the power to change your nature, make you more godly. And because one of the byproducts of devotion is that you will lose taste for material things. The Brahmanas, they don't want to do fire sacrifice. See, what that Yamunacharya, he said, forget Sandhya Vandana, all that, I can't do that, please forgive me. And then, the losing of taste is different. And that's a definite change in the nature. But to say that I'll work like this, I'll work like that, I'll change my nature, you won't change it. Devotional service is guaranteed to change your nature, but not otherwise. There is some spiritual inkling that happens, then it will change. For example, Valmiki, for example, he changed his nature. He became a great sage under the influence of Narada. So you have devotion, yes, it can have. Because you should understand, when you say change the nature, it should be lasting, not like temporary. If you a businessman will always say, I'm so tired of business, I wish I was just a normal guy. Well, 2 days out, just eager back to come. That's the point. The change should be lasting when you say change of nature. Otherwise, this is just your mind accepting, rejecting, going on. That's not no change at all. The mind's nature is always like that. Get my point a little bit? So through work you won't change. So just doing your regular activities you won't change because your modes of nature are strongly situated. Devotional service or any spiritual upliftment in yoga or some form of yoga, that can have positive impact. And please understand, Mayapur Prabhu, that your whole goal is to overcome these modes of nature. In 2nd chapter, what does Krishna say? Traigunya Vishya Veda Nistraigunyo Bhava Arjuna Nirdvandvo Nitya Sattvastvo Niryoga Kshema Atmavan. So Krishna says the Vedas talk of 3 modes of nature. O Arjuna, rise above those natures. And when you rise above these, all these things are not applicable. So Varnashram Dharma is applicable only till the point that you are not situated on the stage of pure devotional service. Hearing and chanting about our Krishna, if that takes precedence and that's what you want to do in life, forget Varna, forget ashram, forget everything. Forget all the external formalities. You don't even care about it, you're not inclined to it. Because there's no false ego that kind of defines all these things. If you have a false ego, then you say, yes, I need a robe of sannyasi. You don't have a false ego, it doesn't matter. Internally, you're always renounced. Externally, you may have to do certain things, like Mahaprabhu did. But internally, he was completely beyond. So, the dynamics are there. The Varnashrama on one hand, and the spiritual development on one hand. At one stage, Varnashrama is completely going to go away. You are not any Varna, you are not Naham Vipro, Nachanarapatir. Do we have... okay, you can repeat after me, it's okay. Because this is a beautiful verse. Because Varnashram in of itself is not the ultimate goal of life. It's just a stepping stool. .408 Shloka book. This is from Padyavali. Naham vipro na chanarapatir napi vaishyo na shudro naham varni na cha grihapatir na vanasto yatirva kintu prodyan nikhila paramananda purnamritabdher Gopi Bharto Padakamalayora Dasa Dasanudasa. This is the goal of life. Beyond varnas, beyond ashrams, beyond natures, beyond all the designations. If we are convinced of this fact that I am eternally the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna, period. It doesn't matter what you do. Technically, externally, you may be doing a little bit of stuff. For some reasons, you will be doing something. As a teacher, a Sudra, you can be any situated. It doesn't matter. Make sense? Did it answer completely? Thank you. Other questions? Sir, I'll come to you. I haven't forgotten about you. About your comments. I'll come. We have about 15, 16 more verses and we'll complete on them. So, after describing, so here is the thing. Varnashram dharma, perfection in Varnashram dharma, Dhyana yoga practice, Brahman, eligible for Bhakti, but you are on the Brahman platform. The next Krishna talks about is Paramatma. From text 61, Krishna talks about Paramatma. Is this for memorization too? No, right? Okay. Ishvara sarva bhutanam hriddeshe arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudhani maya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated on a machine made of the material energy. Text 62. Tameva sharanam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi shashvatam. O Scion of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace you will attain transcendental peace in the supreme and the eternal abode. Text 63. Iti jnanam akhyatam guhyad guhyataram maya vimshraitad asheshena yata chesasi tata kuru. Thus, I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then you do what you wish to do. So the confidential knowledge was up till Brahman, Brahmabhuta or Brahman. And then more confidential, most confidential, which Krishna is going to explain from 64. So these are the logical progressions. Text 64. Sarva guhya tamam bhuya shrunume paramam vachaha ishtosi me dridam iti tato vakshami tehitam. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. So what is the qualification Krishna says before he speaks this? Friend, because you are my friend. So at least one should have this qualification. Text 65. Manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosime. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. Text 66. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam raja aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha ishyami ma shuchaha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So here, there are a few differences. One thing is, these two verses, they constitute the most confidential information of Gita. And Krishna here, there is a subtle difference. He says, you surrender unto me, I promise you that I'll deliver you from all. Does he give that before? He doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah, to an extent, he says that you depend on me, then I'll help you overcome all the obstacles. You will cross over. So he gives assurances, but here he says, I'll promise you don't have to do anything. I'll take care of all the sinful reactions. Even till the previously, he says, you do whatever you want to do. To Arjuna, he says, you can do whatever you want to do. The point here is Krishna doesn't interfere with the jiva's independence, minute independence. Because people ask this question all the time. Why doesn't Krishna make me do this? Why doesn't Krishna take me back home? Well, you really want to go home? Because Hanumat Preshak Maharaj, he says this quote, one group, I don't know more, some Christian group, they start seeking out God in the hope of not finding Him. The point is, Krishna can take you away, but are you ready? Are you completely surrendered to Krishna? Otherwise, you will not like it there. You will just say, you know what, because the taste is still there for material nature. If it's not, that contamination is not washed away, you will say, there is something nice here. Krishna, why did you bring me all the way? Krishna is more intelligent than each of us. So, he'll say that, let you surrender unto me, and then, when the time comes, it will happen. We have to wait for that time. Everybody has their own time. Everybody has their own personal relationship with Krishna. And Krishna has a plan for everybody when to bring them back. It's not some universal thing that some people say, the world is going to end on this day and everybody will, whoever are the believers, will climb on a plane and go back. No, it's a very personal relationship Krishna has. And he'll do his own time. He'll do his own way. Because Dhruva Maharaj, he started to seek out Krishna for one purpose, and one purpose only. He wanted to have a kingdom greater than Brahma. Not even his father. His father was Uttanapada, he had a huge kingdom, he ruled over the earth. Brahma had his Brahmaloka. He said, I want even a kingdom greater than my Brahma. And then he worshipped, as you know, Narada came. He said to Dhruva, your mother, your stepmother insulted you. You are a boy of 5 years old. What is this foolish, obstinate insult you have taken? Just go back home, play. And you want to worship God? It's so difficult. Maybe when you grow up, you can worship God. And Dhruva Maharaj is very, very polite, very firm. Sir, if you can help me get a kingdom greater than my father, let's talk. Otherwise, we are wasting each other's time here. It's that determined. And then Narada said, okay. Narada wanted to test him. He passed the test. He said, okay, I'll give you this mantra. And then Dhruva worshipped. In 6 months, he was able to please the Supreme Lord at the age of 5. But trust me, he just had to give up 3 things. Dhruva had to just give up 3 things. Eating, drinking and breathing. For the first month, he just ate, some fruits on every 9th day. It was like it's there. In the last month, he was not even breathing. He suspended his whole breathing. He was 5 years old. And then he pleased Krishna. Lord Vishnu appeared before him. And this was a beauty. He was not, the thing is, at 5, we send the kids to kindergarten. Imagine the Supreme Absolute Truth standing in front of you, and Dhruva wanted to tell him something, glorify him with some prayers. He had no knowledge, because he was a boy of 5. Then Lord Vishnu took his Shankha and put it on his head. And then, because of that potency, he was able to glorify the Lord with beautiful streaming prayers. Then after that, the Lord said, I know why you are doing this austerity. I give you Dhruva Loka, I'll give you the port star, and you will be ruling this earth for 36,000 years, and then you will come back to me. After Vishnu left Dhruva started to regret. Oh, why did I ask Lord Vishnu for something material, something perishable? It's like you go to the king, you go to you meet President Obama. You go to President Obama. He'll say, what do you want? Sir, I just want some broken husks of rice. I don't want rice even, just some husk for rice. Krishna is the absolute truth. With 1 second, he can sever your cycle of birth and death. And Dhruva said, I asked him for this. And then he was feeling regret. If you read that, then you will realize if the pole star which you could achieve, which was unlimited, unprecedented, even greater than Brahma, could not satisfy Dhruva, let's not even waste the time of the Lord asking anything material. It's not going to satisfy. Bhagavatam, Dhruva got the highest what he could get. he was not satisfied. It's only bhakti, pure devotion, that satisfies the heart, completely satisfies the heart. And Krishna says, surrender unto me, you will get that. You will get the highest. Because in the immature state, you don't know what you have to ask Krishna. Like Dhruva asked for a pole star, and later he regretted, because Krishna would never come back again, didn't give him darshan. After that, 36,000 years he ruled the earth, and then Vaikuntha, a plane came from Vaikuntha, he took him away back to Godhead. But the point is that unless we ourselves are in knowledge, we don't even know what to ask Krishna. Yes, Lavanya Mataji had a question. I thank you very much.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. I was thinking that because he placed his Shanka on his head, he got the knowledge, right? Because he was only 5. He was in complete ignorance when he was making his request. So, having received that knowledge, why did he didn't request. The Lord knew and gave it to him, is it?
Yes.
And then disappeared.
Yeah, because otherwise there will be the fault of the Lord, that Lord doesn't have the capacity to give, which is even impossible for anybody to achieve.
Okay.
The Lord didn't give him an option. At that point, after giving him the knowledge, he said, I know why you are here, I'll give it to you.
But he gave him the knowledge anyway.
Yeah, but then he made him a pure devotee. He gave him the opulence, but he gave him the knowledge. Because if he hadn't given him the knowledge, he wouldn't have regretted. Yes, I got what I wanted.
But he could have just been happy with what he got, what he wanted.
But he became a pure devotee. After seeing Krishna, after seeing Vishnu...
Why did he become a pure devotee?
He became a pure devotee.
Because you explained to us, devotion is something either that comes, bhakti has no cause,
right.
And then we study all that, right? So why did Krishna just give it to him this time?
Because he wanted to kind of make sure that see, the thing is, history will blame Vishnu for saying, if you worship Vishnu, he won't give you anything. He'll just give you, devotion, and he'll just take away everything you have. But Krishna is so powerful, and he can give anything to anybody. So if that's another point. It's not that, contrary that Krishna takes away everything, you should be careful. I have heard this from many devotees. Don't worship Krishna too seriously. Worship, because he can take away everything from you. His special mercy will come. Please understand, if you are not ready for his special mercy, he won't give it to you.
We are always told, be careful what you wish for. Standing in the Lord's Sannidhi, don't ask for something you cannot...
But Lavanya Mataji, here is the... With Krishna, even if you ask something wrong, he will give it to you in such a way that he will not ask for it again. Dhruva didn't again said, okay, I got Dhruva Loka, let me get something bigger than that. Krishna is capable of giving me Dhruva Loka. Next time I'll worship him. I got it once. He was full of regret. Why did I? Krishna gave me Dhruva Loka, but why did I ask him? This is like... And he said, Dhruva Loka actually is a much more stable and permanent thing. Even after the devastation, Dhruva Loka is not destroyed. It's so powerful, pole star. So very, very powerful position he got. But the point is, he said it's still temporary. Because I am going to Vaikuntha Loka, I won't be in Dhruva Loka. I am just here for 36,000 years. Why did I ask? So he gave, Lord Vishnu gave. Because he's a fulfiller of all the desires. Why wouldn't he give?
These yajnas, these sacrifices that they perform, that we keep reading in the Bhagavatam, it was a physical capability in Satyuga that they could do it. These asuras used to do almost crazy stuff.
Yes.
And we are not able to do anything. So is it the nature of Kali Yuga that this is how we are? Or? Because just before in the previous verse you read to us that we are given the bodies that we deserve, the body capacity.
Correct.
Which is why one car rides faster and the other does not, as per the purport. So, if I have a sick body or a diseased body, that doesn't make the soul sick or diseased. Each person's capacity for spiritual search is still the same.
Right.
But we are inhibited with the outer vehicle that we receive.
Correct.
So we work with our whatever we have received.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So in his case, I was just wondering, a 5-year-old child with such amazing capacity, like Prahlad Maharaj, he didn't do anything. He was just a normal child, and the Lord kept protecting him from the serpents and everything. But in this case, I've heard of the asuras doing amazing things. The first time I'm hearing on the positive side that somebody had this ability to do. Is it the loka, the time?
It's the time and also the training. At that time, breathing exercises were common. Breath restraint and all these movement, the yoga things were common. So people could do that with no discomfort. They were trained, they could sustain it for a long time, and they were able to do it. And the Satya Yuga was such, it was not polluted either. It's not you go to Himalayas and you will find cans of Cokes, empty cans of Cokes and plastic bags and other stuff lying in there. So it was a pure age, everything was pure, and it sustained. Now in this age it's impossible.
When we go back to Satya Yuga, when the cycle repeats, there is a devastation to wipe us out. What happens to our Coke cans when we hit Satya Yuga?
Yes, Satya Yuga, I think, I don't know.
Because it has to clean up one more time, right?
Yeah. See, the thing is, there are two devastations. One devastation at the end of Brahma's night. There is another devastation at the end of Brahma's life. The end of Brahma's life, it's total devastation. At the end of Brahma's night, it's partial devastations. Some acharyas have said that there is also devastation after each Divya Yuga, each Manu. At the end of each Manu, there is some partial devastations. So, we don't know how it goes. But if Kalki comes, I think he'll clean up all things. Because imagine, if it is so polluted just 5,000 years into Kali Yuga, what should be the level of pollution 4,27,000 years from now? What's that?
Maybe there is no pollution because there's nothing to pollute.
Because it's completely polluted. Maybe.
Just one more comment to Mataji's point is that, we also need to understand that Dhruva Maharaj was empowered by Narada Muni also. And Narada Muni is also one of the Saktavash avatar of Vishnu himself. So it's very difficult for us to understand or contemplate how Dhruva could do such a thing.
Right. But in any case, yeah. But Krishna teaches through his devotees. And why did he put Arjuna into such difficulty? He was his eternal liberated soul. Why did he make him so Krishna uses. Yes.
In 64 and 65, right, verses, Krishna emphasizes the point that you are my dear friend. So, does it, when it says that I'm telling you this because you are my dear friend, but then how does it apply to us? Because technically we are not dear friend of Krishna as such. And in 934, it doesn't say the friend part at all. It just says, you do this and you'll come back to me. So what is the difference in here?
Well, we are trying to be the friend of his friend. Trying to take initiation from the spiritual master, who is Krishna's confidential devotee. So that's one path we have. The other path is we have faith in Krishna. It is the same faith that Arjuna had, we have too. Sitting here, we are listening to exact same words which Arjuna was listening. Because Srila Prabhupada writes in one of the purports that, Arjuna was there next to Krishna and he knew what Krishna wanted. But what about now, in this age? Srila Prabhupada writes, those who follow the same words today and follow his bona fide spiritual devotee, you get the same result as Arjuna got. And we hear about Falashtuti, about reading Srimad Bhagavatam in the ages. So, Hari Singh Kirtan Prabhu, one thing I can say without doubt, we will get the exact same benefit Arjuna got as we are reading today. No change. If there is a change, then nobody will actually read Bhagavad Gita. Because the efficacy is gone. Where is Bhagavad Gita? 5,000 years ago, Arjuna was given, and then it's now everything Kali Yuga, everything is polluted. Everything is diluted. It's Kali Yuga Bhagavad. No, it's the same exact potency. Because Krishna is so powerful that through time, through any influences, his words remain not different from him and have the same potency. Guaranteed. It's just Krishna. This is another point I wanted to talk. I'm teaching Bhagavad Gita, but I'm a low-class fool who knows only 0.11% or 0.001% of Gita. But Krishna is there situated in everyone's heart. And when he sees that you are reading Bhagavad Gita, internally he will give you that knowledge. Because he says that nobody can know me in truth. All my devotees can know certain aspect of me. But I am in combination with external, I am there sitting in your heart, I can give you the complete knowledge. Because you are endeavoring to read my book, I am sitting in your heart, I will give you intelligence. If that comes, that is true for everybody. Paramatma is sitting in everyone's heart. In your heart, in my heart, in the heart of an ant, bird, beast, trees. He's sitting right there. And he can give intelligence to anybody if he wants to. He's right there. Why not?
Prabhuji, there was a question when we were distributing the Bhagavatam, even with the Bhagavad Gita. There was this question which I didn't have an answer. They were looking at the book and the Prabhuji, very learned person, educated person, he was saying, like everything else, this book may also not be 100%. It's been so many years. It was said so many years ago. Even for Shruti and Jnana. At some point it must have been polluted and the words have been changed. he was talking to us and telling us, and we told him it was Sanskrit. It's really difficult to do that to an ancient language. But then we didn't have the right answers to give him. And he said that, how do I trust that what this book is telling me is what Arjuna actually heard? And that the acharyas in that line, or whatever you talk about, he was saying, whoever has done it, even the person who wrote this might have manipulated it. I told him that Sanskrit translation shows us that it's not. He says, what if you manipulate the Sanskrit itself? So at some point we gave up. We said, if you don't want knowledge, it's not going to come to you. And we walked off. But the question stayed with me. I was thinking maybe you'll have a scripture reference or something to tell us when we handle these kind of people next time.
Well, actually, that argument, Mataji, is ad infinitum. You can't convince. Because if you ask for proof, then question the proof, then get more proof to support the proof, then question the proof, then get the more proof of the proof of the... It goes on ad infinitum.
We gave him the example of that mother saying that he is your father.
Right.
And we accept.
Right. So the best example is, the best way to counter that situation is, see the effect. If you think that the medicine has an expiry date, if you believe, take that. If you don't have the effect, return it back. We'll take it. And there's only way I can tell. You can say, if you go to the doctor and you say, first, prove it to me scientifically that the medicine you are going to give is to cure me today, and then I'll take the medicine. It will never happen. The only way you can do is have faith in the doctor, take the medicine and see if it cures or not, and then trust it. It's like, okay, doctor, for 10 seconds, prove it to me that my fever is reduced. You have to make some magic, or you have to show me some vision, and for 10 seconds cure me. I have no fever, nothing. Yes, I believe in you. You take the medicine, take the diet, it will cure. It's no way. Mayar mukta jive nahi swata Krishna gyan. You can't have jnana on your own. And jivera kripa kaile Krishna Veda Puran. It said that's how Krishna, Dvaipa and Vyas, being very merciful unto the souls, he compiled these. And you take it. Srila Prabhupada said the same thing. We are not here to convert. You take it, accept it, like it, take it. Otherwise don't. Little bit answers your question. Okay. Let's continue. Now that Maharaj here, we'll take his association and Maharaj, another 10-15 minutes, is that okay? Another 15-20 minutes? 15 minutes we'll complete the 18th chapter. Is that okay? Hare Krishna. Text 67. So for those who are online, we are reading Bhagavad Gita, 67th verse on page 751. Idam te nata paskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na chashushruve vachyam na chamamyo bhya suyate. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. Text 68. Ya idam paramam guhyam mad bhakteshu abhidhasyati bhaktim mai param kritva mame vaishyasi asamshayaha. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. Text 69. Nacha tasman manushyeshu kaschin me priya krittamaha bhavita nacha me tasmad anya priyataro bhuvi. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. So Krishna here, he gives the do's and don'ts of who can understand this knowledge. But having said that, when we go on book distribution, we freely pass this out. That is because we do it under the orders of Srila Prabhupada, who encourages us to give this to everybody without considering who is fit or who is not fit. And we don't know how the book will act. We are not explaining to them. We are just giving the book, and with the hope that they pick it up one day. Text 70.
Adhyeshyate cha ya imam dharmyam samvadam avyayoho jnana yajnena tenaham ishtasyam iti me matihi. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence. So this is the result of a person who studies Bhagavad Gita with faith. For the one who uses his whole heart to study Bhagavad Gita, who reads Bhagavad Gita. This is the result. And for those who just don't have that solid faith, but who have a little bit of faith and who still hear the Bhagavad Gita, then what does Krishna say? Text 71. Shraddhavan anusuyascha shrunayad apiyo naraha sopi mukta shubhal lokan prapnuyat punya karmanam. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planet where the pious dwell. So even if one listens with little faith, with no envy of Krishna, this is the falastuti, or the result of listening to Bhagavad Gita. So your sinful reactions are destroyed and you dwell in auspicious planets. Text 72. Kaschit etat shrutam partha tvayai kagrena chetasa kaschid ajnana sammoha pranashtaste dhananjaya. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind, and are your ignorance and illusion now dispelled? Text 73. Arjuna Uvacha Nashto Moha Smritir Labdha Tvat Prasadan Mayachyuta Stitosmi Gata Sandeha Karishye Vachanam Tava. Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt, and I am prepared to act according to your instructions. So here the results are, Arjuna says there are 3 different characteristics he feels. What is the first one? Illusion is gone. Memory is retained. Free from doubt and become firm. So these are the things.
When Arjuna says that I've regained my memory, what does he exactly mean?
Because he was in the bodily consciousness. He forgot that he had to act according to instructions of Krishna. For a minute, when in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, he said, these are my relatives, these are my brother-in-laws, my teachers, how will I kill them? Krishna gave him the big picture there. He said, yeah, they are yours, but also, ultimately they belong to me. So I decided to kill them now, so it's up to you. You want to take part in it? Yes, I'll take part. Sanjaya Uvacha Ityaham Vasudevasya Parthasya cha Mahatmanaha Samvadam imam ashrausham adbhutam romaharshanam. Sanjaya said, thus I have heard the conversation of the 2 great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. Text 75. Vyasa prasada shrutavan etad guhyam aham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat katayatah swayam. By mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. Text 76. Rajan samsmritya samvadam imamadbhutam keshavarjanayoh punyam srishyami cha muhurmuhu. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. Text 77. Taccha samsmritya rupamitya adbhutam harehe vishmayo me mahan rajan srishyami cha punah punah. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Text 78. Yatra yogeshwarah Krishno yatra partho dhanurdaraha tatra shrir vijor bhuti druvani tirmatir mama. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power and morality. That is my opinion. So, in the last purport, Srila Prabhupada, he gives a very brief summary about Bhagavad Gita. So it's a beautiful purport. We can read that. Sir, I'm sorry. Please, if you had a... No. Please, tell your comment, and then because Maharaj was coming, I just wanted to wrap up quickly. And if your comment, and then I'll go ahead with the exam. Please.
My comment was that Srila Prabhupada Ji, he in ISKCON established that fact that even a Shudra or anyone coming from anywhere who did the devotional practices, he was initiated to higher Brahminical initiation. That's the proof of it. That's all.
Thank you. So next week we'll have the exam. Everybody ready for it? Because please understand, damned if I do, damned if I don't. I have changed the dates of the exams in the past, and I was criticized that you changed it. We planned our plans around your exam, and now you messed up with all our plans. So, and if I didn't change it, they'll say, we didn't have enough time to study. But yes, you had a comment, Mataji?
Yes, this is going to be like continuous classes, and we can see on the internet.
Yes.
From 2 to 4 every Saturday and Monday, Sunday.
Every alternate.
Every alternate.
Yeah, and the next.
Where we are in United States.
Or in the world. We have students from Tokyo.
So how about next time exams?
Next time exams, we start the semester in August.
Still we can see on the internet? So it's just like a class?
Yes, and you can ask questions or you can text questions. I'm sorry. Okay, for those who are online and who had questions, you can text them to Hari Sankirtan Prabhu, whose number is 973-626-4729. Pardon? No. It was for this class. But in the other classes, we'll tell on the phone as we are speaking to text. If not, usually you can call in and ask questions online. In the week, whenever I'm asked to, I'll take classes. Please, will be. And the next semester we'll do Nectar of Devotion, and we are fortunate to have Hanumat Preshak Maharaj, who will come in few minutes to give a brief introduction of Nectar of Devotion. But before that, so ready for the exam? I know that's a loaded question. Yeah, this time it's no way out, and we'll start the next semester from August, hopefully, after Janmashtami. Here is another thing. Okay, next semester you have some leeway. Next semester either we can complete it way before the December marathon, and we'll do it, or we'll do it after marathon. We'll have the exam sometime in January 15th, 30th. We'll start late. We'll start the semester late. Through the marathon we'll keep reading, and then we can have exam around June 20th or something like that. Jan 20th, sorry. Jan 20th. Is that a good thing, or you want it like in November? We crunch the whole semester.
She says we'll get the certificate in Vanaprastha. Come for the yatra and pick up your certificate.
That will be lovely. January 20th or 25th or something like that. Okay, let's do that. We can start a little late, September or something like that. We can take a break for 2 months and we can start. So the next semester, so we have Bhakti Sastri, where we do, as we know, we have 4 semesters. The first semester is Isopanishad and Nectar of Instruction, 2 small books. The second and the third semester is we read through the entire Bhagavad Gita. And the fourth semester is the Nectar of Devotion, which is part 1. So, any questions on exams before?
This is regarding the next semester which you were talking about. So usually in December many people go to India again, right? So if we can finish before December but still have exam in January, something like
I see. We can work on that.
Time, many devotees are going.
We can work on that. And if not, you can catch up with the class later
that's
also.
True. Yeah.
But we'll work on that. Probably we'll try to avoid less classes during that time. Helps me also to get out. Just kidding. Other questions for exams? Yeah, because December people are traveling, I agree.
This time your exams didn't have any match the followings, and we were working very hard for your all your options.
Oh, I see.
So we're trying to get a sense of no more match the followings.
Okay, now that you asked, we will have a match of the following. Okay.
So it's usually our lump sum score, so we spend a lot of time focusing on it.
Okay, we'll have a match the following. Match the following, for those who are not familiar, is we have one set on the left, one set on the right. Both of them are jumbled. You need to cross which one it is. For example, in the 10th, we completed the 10th, right? Yeah, 10th. So, bearers of weapon. Then among demons. Then, here it will be like Parashuram, Prahlad, you're all jumbled up and then you have to match up. Yes. What's that? 4:30. Morning 4:30. Yeah, thank you. Other questions? So, yes, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu.
Verse 78, when Sanjaya says when Krishna is present and Arjuna is present, what does Arjuna represent actually, if we want to, in the generic term? Where he says wherever Krishna and Arjuna, when there is victory, morality, opulence, everything. But if we just, if we just speaking from war point of view, but if we take it from a general point of view, what does Arjuna signify?
Well, it's more than that. Whoever takes shelter of Krishna, and that is true. Wherever there is a devotee of Krishna and mercy of Krishna, then all these things automatically will be there. People are trying so hard to get all these things. You take shelter of Krishna, it will automatically come to you.
Those two verses, 64 and 65, 65, 66, Manmana Bhava Maknagdo, and then give up, Saradharmanta Yujit. Both of those, I have not read any other Bhagavad Gita. The only one I've actually understood is Srila Prabhupada's. How can you get that wrong? And assume that Krishna is Brahman and then the Krishna who's standing in front of you is not actually God. The God from within is talking. But these scriptures are so clear. How is it misrepresented?
You can screw out meaning out of anything. And Srila Prabhupada commented in books that it's so clear Krishna says that, but yet there is an ex-president of India who translated it to say that you shouldn't offer your obeisances to the person who is standing in front of you, but to the unborn within him. Now, Krishna is right there in front of you saying, Matha parataram nanyat kinchit. There is no truth superior to me, I am right here. And then there is something beyond you, it's inside you. How can you do that? Straight. Krishna says, I am here, I am the superior, no truth superior to me, I am the absolute truth. Anyway, it's okay. This is Kali Yuga. So, questions, other questions, comments? Alright. So, without much further ado, I would invite His Holiness Hanumat Preshak Maharaj to give us an introduction to Nectar of Devotion, to give us a taste, to give us like some sort of free sample to keep us motivated to read, because this is going to be a long break. Just some qualifications. His Holiness Hanumat Preshak Maharaj has lectured all over the world on Nectar of Devotion. He has researched the book and he has presented this course in Radhadesh College, the complete Nectar of Devotion. We are just going to read the first part. So he's an authority and he's a scholar on Nectar of Devotion. So I would humbly invite him. We welcome His Holiness Hanumat Preshak Maharaj by loudly saying Haribol!
Okay, so Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna. I don't know exactly why I'm here, but I'm sure by your mercy. Okay. Mukham karoti vachalam pangun langayate gerim yakripatamaham bande Shri Guru Niratarinam. So, actually, even Bhagavad Gita, because you've done Nectar of Instruction, right? Isopanishad, Bhagavad Gita, yeah. There was someplace else that's the way we've set it up. Nectar of Instruction is a summary of everything. The Isopanishad is like basic philosophy. Then Gita Upanishad. The Nectar of Devotion is more or less very advanced, But other places they do it. How's it go? They do Isopanishad, Bhagavad Gita, nectar of instruction, nectar of devotion. It's also a very reasonable way to go at it. In some ways, let's see. Some general comments. When we were like reading this ourselves and writing study guides and stuff, when you in the Isopanishad is the only thing we have that's Shruti. Everything else we have from Prabhupada is Smriti, like that. The only thing we have, and some people only accept Shruti. Oh, it's only evidence is from the Vedas directly from Shruti. So I think it's part of the reason Prabhupada gave us the Isopanishad, because then we have something which we can say is directly from the Vedas. And so many times in the Isopanishad, the purports Prabhupada will say, this is better explained in Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Okay, so on. But it's still very nice. It's very nice. So many things, actually. So many details, where it's from, this kind of thing. So Isopanishad, very nice. So much discussion. Bhagavad Gita. And the last part of Bhagavad Gita, one time we were actually at our temple in Berkeley, starting out maybe 1977 or something, 78, 80. And we went down to Fremont for some Satyanarayan Puja. So to get to invite Brahmins for the Satyanarayan Puja. So we came there to eat the halava and hear the Satyanarayan Katha. And afterwards we were talking to one of our, I think it was a life member, talking to him, and, which part of Bhagavad Gita do you like the best? And he said, I like the part where Krishna says, do whatever you want to do. I'm saying, why, come on. Krishna doesn't say that. He said, no, here, And the 18th chapter, Krishna says, okay, I told you how things are, and if you don't follow my instructions, you'll be lost and damned and doomed forever. But do whatever you want to do. so okay, yeah. So you say anybody can take anything they want to. Yeah. Then also in the very last part, I like the last section. There's a lot of section of Guru Parampara. And the very last verses like that, how Sanjaya is seeing those things. So especially that, one purport Prabhupada says that the experience is through the transparent media of the parampara, but it's direct. So it's like you have glasses, right? You're seeing things better with the glasses on, but you actually forget you have them. You're having a direct experience of what you're seeing. It's a direct experience, but it's through the parampara. So it's kind of one test like that. It's very nice, point. Not that I see the moon and I look through the telescope and I see a pink jackal or something like that. No, it's the same thing. So what's the test of a guru? He allows you to see the same thing you see, but better, and stuff like that, so on. So a nice section, Bhagavad Gita. And also, too, my thought, too, was that when I was first reading it, when I first became a devotee, I came in contact with one devotee was selling books, and I got this, and a little later I got the Bhagavad Gita. I got the Krishna book, which seemed like exactly what I was supposed to get. Because the Krishna book, the stories, for me, it was like, that was my level of appreciation. Chaitanya Charitamrita was a little too advanced for me in my development. But then I got the Bhagavad Gita, and I was bored. Because basically everything the Bhagavad Gita said, I knew, I understood this. Previous lifetime, whatever, reincarnation, okay, modes of nature, okay. It was like, okay. I was reading it. And Prabhupada kept singing again and again, but all these things can be accomplished as soon as one becomes Krishna conscious. So just a little while ago, one very senior devotee was saying he was giving nectar Bhakti Sastri classes, and he was trying to explain all this complicated philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, nice kamya karma, and all this kind of stuff, and Krishna's explaining. And he said every time he started to get into the whole logic of the whole thing, then Prabhupada would say, but all you have to do is become Krishna conscious. And that's what many times you see Bhagavad Gita again and again. We're not studying Bhagavad Gita. We're studying Bhagavad Gita as it is, right? And the purports, there's quotes from Chaitanya Charitamrita, all over the place, always very advanced works like that. So it's very, Prabhupada brings out very advanced ideas, in the Bhagavad Gita and stuff like that, and so on. So at one point it has its place in all of our books and stuff like that. But there's, for example, Achahara. What is Achahara? Okay, now we're going to test the students here. See what kind of teacher you got. What does Achahara mean? Huh? Or over collecting, like that. So in the purport, Upadeshamrita, Prabhupada says that Bhaktisiddhanta's commentary is Achahara also means knowing more than you need to know, or having more mystical powers than you need. Having more mystical powers than you need. So does anybody have more mystical powers than you need at this point? Like that. Yeah. But that's what Bhaktisiddhanta said. Yeah. So when Bhaktisiddhanta was preaching and doing his work in the end of the 19th century and all this kind of stuff, there were people who could do these things. If you talk to older people, they saw these people. Even now in India, it was going on. So at that time, Bhaktisiddhanta had to deal with this kind of thing. But in the modern world, that's not the problem, Prabhupada says you shouldn't take LSD in the nectar instruction, but Bhaktisiddhanta never says we shouldn't take LSD because it didn't exist like that. So everything has to be adjusted, time, place, and circumstance. In Mexico, we were there. Upadeshamrita is the summary of everything. Prabhupada says that this is first instructions for neophyte devotees, but it's talking about Radha Kund. Huh? No, because it talks about everything. A neophyte should see everything. You should see where you're going, what is the result, like that, and so on. If you notice, the purports get shorter in Nectar Instruction. The last purport's very short. It is very difficult to achieve Radha Kund, Prabhupada says. And Prabhupada says, Bhaktisiddhanta in his commentary says, it is very difficult to achieve Radha Kund. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, it is very hard to achieve Radha Kund. But it's possible, by Lord Chaitanya's mercy, like that. So Nectar of Instruction is a summary. In just 11 verses, Rupa Goswami goes through everything. But we also teach Nectar of Instruction in Bhakti Vaibhava, because now you go back and look through it deeper. If you want to just take that one book and just focus on it, that's what I've been doing, it's great, Then you start to see all these things. You find the commentary. The commentary by the Anuvriti by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati is available in English, like that. And you see, there appears to be only, as far as I can tell, only one mistake in Upadeshamrita. Bhagavad Gita, the BBT has decided there are many mistakes, that there is no planet of trees. It means pit trees. Okay. There are several things like this which are controversial, but appear to be true. But Upadeshamrita, the only thing I've seen which appears to be obvious to be a mistake is that Prabhupada in text number, I guess it's text number 3, maybe, yeah. It's where he's talking about Nishchayena, like that. He quotes from the Bhagavatam. He said in Canto 7, this is mentioned, Canto 7, this is mentioned. But I could never find it there, and other people couldn't find it. Then you go back to this translation of the Anuvriti, and it's quoted from the 10th canto. And the verses, when you look at them, these are the verses from the prayers by demigods. And you look at it, and it's there. And the actual Anuvriti, the verses quoted are the verses from the 10th canto, like that. So that appears to be a mistake. And so we have to make comments like this. We also have to become guru. We were in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Sunday feast, and one lady's coming, maybe about 45, and she said, I really like your philosophy. It's so nice, everything. I'm reading your books, and I'm just really happy to be involved in your movement. I want to learn more. But she said, I have one big problem, And he said, what is that? He said, well, in your books it says that, bread is fulfilling illicit desires, and I have a bakery, like that, Bread is fulfilling. He said, does it say that in our books, He said, no, in this Upanishad, Upadeshamrita says bread is fulfilling illicit desires, like that, and so on, So like that, So Prabhupada says right there, illicit desires are filled by haritaki, opium, pan. And pan in Spanish is bread. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So we had to tell her, no, this is a different thing in India, like that, and so on. So we also have to become gurus. We have to understand this. And Prabhupada says 3 things, 10:8. What are the four nutshell verses of Bhagavad Gita? Bhaktivinoda Thakur says the whole thing can be summarized in 4 verses. Huh?
Mata sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvita machita matkita prana bodhayanta parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha Tesham satatayuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhiyogam tam yena mamapayanti te Tesham evanukampartam aham ajnanajam tamaha nashayam atmabhavasto jnana deepena pashvata.
And what are the verse numbers?
10:8 through 10:11.
Yeah, and it's easy to remember because 10:8 is 108. It's our mnemonic. Yeah, 108. In the beginning, Prabhupada says, he says, those who have information from the scriptures and help from people like Lord Chaitanya and apply it can understand these things. So that's what we have to have. It's all based upon scripture. But then we have to have someone to tell us how to apply it, like Lord Chaitanya, Guru. And then we have to apply it. We have to do something. And those are the three things he said necessary to understand Krishna, to have advanced in spiritual life. Scriptural sources, a guru, and actually apply it in your life like that, so on. You know? So this is our books, understanding them, how they fit in, what their purpose is, everything else. Bhagavad Gita is the basis. You know? But many things like these yogic powers and all this kind of stuff are just not applicable, not practical really so much in the modern world. So probably the purports are just like that. The Nectar of Instruction, is a summary of everything in 11 verses. It goes from how to control your senses all the way up, to Radha Kunj. There's 11 verses like that and so on. So very complete book. If you look at the citations that Prabhupada makes in there, they're the same citations Bhakti Siddhanta made to support the point. Same by Vishwanath Chakravarti. These aren't just like, let me think of some verse here to support what I'm saying. No, this is the verse which supports this idea, which all the acharyas take. If we're talking about Raganuga Bhakti, or we're talking about different kinds of association. So in the purports, there are citations from Bhagavatam, places like that. If you follow those citations, they'll take you to like a whole little dialogue and everything else, and very, central verses like that, so on. So the Nectar of Instruction also becomes an incredible study guide. If you really want to study all of Prabhupada's books, there's so much, you can just take the Nectar of Instruction. And as you go through each point, each level, it'll take you to all these different dialogues and everything else, which just support everything. I'll give you one example. In the beginning, Prabhupada says, this movement is established under the authority of Rupa Goswami, and the 6 Goswamis are our acharyas, and therefore, Narottam Das Thakur has sung, Rupa Raghunatha Pade, Hoy Vyakriti, Kabahama Bhujabo Sayugala Pariti. Okay? Let's follow that citation. Where's it from? Huh? Yeah, from that song. Goranga Bolite Habe Pulaka Sarir. Where's that song from? Huh? Okay. Where is it in the book? It's the introductory song. Yeah. And so it's a summary of the whole book, like that. That song is one of 2 songs, only 2 songs, basically, does Prabhupada cite in all of his books. That song and Narada Muni Bhajai Bina, like that. And wow, okay. And it's in the Upadesham, it's in the Nadi Leela, chapter 7, like that, about maybe verse 30. And then Prabhupada gives a whole purport, to it like that and so on. And that explains everything. It goes from the basic idea of who we are all the way up to, how to achieve the highest levels of devotional service like that, so on. It's a summary of the whole prarthana like that. And so it's a wonderful song to memorize. It's a wonderful song to understand like that and so on. So that's the point I'm making. In Upadeshamrita, if you follow the citations, you discover, wow, there's a whole thing here like that. This is not just some little simple citation. This is from one of the most principal songs we have. It's the most principal songbook. And you learn this just wonderful song in Prabhupada's purports. It's the only song, 2 songs in all of his books. Does he ever include the whole song like that? So, it's okay? Okay. Upadeshamrita is the summary. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, back in the back there. You got to give us a copy? Got Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu there? He's going. So, Nectar of Devotion, right? Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So, in the what do you call it? Upadeshamrita, in the introduction, Prabhupada says, Rupa Goswami has given us many other books, right? He says Upadeshamrita constitutes first instructions for neophyte devotees. But he's given us many other books such as Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and Vidagdha Madhava and Lalita Madhava. So here we have it. There's a summary, and this has purports. This hasn't got much in the way of purports. There's only 11 verses. This, I think, is about 1,700, the actual original book. And Prabhupada doesn't give too much in the way of purports. He just basically goes on. Some things he explains, but mostly he's just giving translations like that and so on. He did it quickly. He wasn't planning on doing it really, because he had so much work to do. But devotees wanted it, so he did it, and he did it pretty quickly. He says a summary study of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Okay, summary, 11 verses, 1,700 verses, the complete science of Bhakti Yoga. It says there, complete science. And then Vidagdha Madhava and Lalita Madhava are two dramas. And there it's a demonstration. Summary, whole philosophy, and now let me show you what I'm talking about. So Vidagdha Madhava and Lalita Madhava are dramas. Vidagdha Madhava is about Krishna in Vrindavan. The V's match up, Vidagdha, Vrindavan. And Lalita Madhava is about Krishna in Dwarka. I'll try and give a summary and try to remember what it is. Krishna's in Dwarka, in Vidagdha, in Lalita Madhava, and somehow or other, because the Shyam Thakur jewel, he's gonna Satyabhama's coming, right? And so now, how old is Satyabhama? 35 years old when they got married? 18? Probably about 14 years old, like that, and something, 12 years old. So you can remember when you were 13 years old, 14 years old, as a boy, as a girl. Yeah. It's Indian arrangement, So she's coming. She's the daughter of, what's his name is, Satyajit and everything else. And so then Rukmini, and she's going to be married to Krishna or something like that. So all of Rukmini's friends are interested, who's this new girl coming? Like that. Like that. So Satyabhama arrives with the parrots and the band and everything else, and they show her, was it named Rukmini, and everybody show her to her rooms and make her feel comfortable, and her friends and everything else. And then Rukmini's friends, Devaki. So Rukmini's friends come over and say, "Oh, hello, we're Rukmini's friends, and welcome to Dwarka. We're so glad to see you, sister, and everything else, blah, 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 blah. Well, we have to go now." And the second they get out of there, she has to go. Krishna can't even see her. Rukmini hasn't got a chance against her. Like that, get her out of here. Like that. So now we're starting talking about how these things get applied in reality. All the rasas and the feelings and all this kind of stuff, Okay, so Satyabhama's there, and there's already behind the scenes this stuff is happening, the politics and so on. So then Satyabhama decides to go for a walk in the garden in the palace, and Krishna goes for a walk in the garden in the palace, and they see each other, and, "Oh, hello, who are you?" "Oh, I'm the son of Devaki." "Oh, I'm the daughter of Satyabhama." "Oh, do you like strawberry ice cream?" "Oh, I love strawberry ice cream." Like this, like that. "Oh, but you must, but I can see that you'll have no place in your heart for me because you're already married to such a wonderful girl, and oh, no, and this and that, So this is what happens. Rukmini and her friends walk in. Yeah. So Krishna said, just looking at the plants like that, and I guess Satyabhama's kind of looking at the plants. And then Rukmini says, "Oh, I see you've met Satyabhama." He says, "Oh, you're Satyabhama? Hello, good morning. How nice to meet you." Like that. "Well, welcome to Dwarka. Hope you have a pleasant stay." Like that. And be sure to leave the key. Now Satyabhama's feeling like, 2 seconds ago you were swearing undying love to me, and now when Rukmini shows up, you're changed your mood, Then Purnamasi walks in. This is Rupa Goswami. It took him like 35 years to write this, apparently. And so you can imagine what it's like trying to translate it. He's using every trick he knows in poetry, stuff like that. And everything else, he's a gopi writing this, so he knows what he's talking about. So, okay, at this point he also has Purnamasi come in, another element. We got Satyabhama, who is incarnation of Radharani, but whose humor in Dwarka is secondary. We got Rukmini, who's an incarnation of Chandravali, whose mood in Dwarka is primary. And now let's add in Purnamasi, whose Yogamaya has got gray hair, everything else, So then, Satyabhama is looking at Krishna like this, and Rukmini is looking at Krishna like this, and Purnamasi is looking like this. And Krishna says something which the translators have all the fun in the world with, because what Krishna says is that Satyabhama can take it to mean, amongst the stars, you're like the moon. Now, Rukmini can take it the same way, that amongst the stars, you're like the moon. So Krishna's a very clever fellow. Now, Purnamasi can take it as, I guess it's going to be a full moon night, probably won't see the stars tonight. Like that. So Krishna's got it all under control. But there was a parrot there, and he was hearing the whole conversation between Satyabhama and Krishna, so he starts squawking back, repeating what he heard, like that. Like that, And so Krishna grabs the parrot, starts petting him, shut up. Up. Like that. So Rukmini comes over, like that. This is giving him grapes. He's like looking around like that, starts reciting everything, So now then Rukmini starts crying and running out in her right wing gopi mood. She's running out, you don't love me. And then Krishna's going to try to run after her and calm her down. And Satyabhama is sitting there looking at him. Okay. Then Purnamasi has to solve this problem, right? So she figures out, So in the end, she reveals that no, actually, Chandra was Rukmini's Chandravali and everybody else, and so they love each other. Chandravali and Radharani love each other. They argue because they want to see Krishna happy, but they love arguing because it's for Krishna's satisfaction. So in the end, everybody then Chandravali, Rukmini says, "Oh, of course you must be married to Krishna because you're his eternal associate, but please share him with us, and then Radharani says, "Oh no, actually he belongs to you, and you're sharing." Everybody's like happy, like that, But that's what it is. We got the summary with Prabhupada's purports, which expanded out quite a bit. Practically speaking, I've been through so many heavy controversies in ISKCON and other things without ever having to go beyond Upadeshamrita. If you actually learn it, it's incredible, But you don't have to. I mean, basically you learn a little bit and go ahead, move ahead. Same things here, but in more detail. So that's what you want to do, but it depends. I'm a sannyasi, so I travel with a thing around my neck. Even carrying a book like this is a decision when you're traveling all the time, so on. And then after that, Vidagdha Madhava, Lalita Madhava, he shows us, So, okay, what else here? So, our class in Radhadesh is basically, we go down to the second part. It's divided into 4 parts, like the ocean's divided into 4 parts: eastern part, southern part, western part, northern part. The first part is a summary of everything. He goes over who can be a devotee, what does devotional service mean, like that. Okay, and then he goes through sadhana bhakti, vaidya bhakti, following rules and regulations, raganuga bhakti, when you start to try and follow somebody's example, bhava bhakti, when you know your position but you're not fully awake, and prema bhakti, fully awake. That's all in the first part. Southern part, and the sadhana bhakti is a lot of that in the first part, which you'll study next part. A lot of the details of sadhana bhakti and this stuff, and very important, because this is where we're at, how to do this, how to do that, so on. Yeah. And by that position, you can become liberated. Then you can really do raganuga bhakti. Okay, every day I make the offering at noontime, 1 wet sabji, 1 dry sabji, puris, savory, chutney, salt, pepper, nectar, water. Okay, it's on time. Okay, Krishna, here's your lunch. I'll be back in 20 minutes. You think, yeah, it's just every day I'm liberated, I'm peaceful, I have no anxiety. But my goodness, what am I doing? What kind of lunch am I offering to Krishna? So how do the cowherd boys offer lunch to Krishna? How do Mother Yashoda have lunch with Krishna? Even if I can't really feel it spontaneously, at least let me try to act like that. So that's raganuga. We're trying to act in a certain way just because it's nice. You should act with a certain feeling, And also because this will help me advance, like that. So raganuga, you're a liberated person, sannyasi, sannyasini, and you can start to do raganuga, how, meditate on these people. And Krishna will reveal to you different things, It's still sadhana bhakti, you're still practicing. Next level, bhava bhakti, that's where you're awake. Your sentiments, you know who you are, but it's not fully awake, like that. And so finally that matures by its own process. So the southern part, next thing, he starts talking about bhava bhakti in detail, all the different aspects like that. And the first part is just 2 chapters, and prema bhakti is 1 chapter. Then the eastern part, western part, and northern part are both just pure prema bhakti. So, summary of everything, we're focusing on sadhana bhakti, and then the whole section on bhava bhakti and how to mature it, and finally, as two sections on prema bhakti. 5 primary rasas, and how many secondary rasas? 7, yeah. And also the proper and improper mixtures of mellows. Yeah. For example, many people might like strawberry vanilla ice cream. It's okay? But what about chocolate broccoli ice cream? I'll have a big scoop. It with some tomato sauce. Yeah. Or if Mother Yashoda starts, making flirtatious conjugal moves in front of baby Krishna, it's like yeah. It's so disgusting. It's just, it's worse than being sinful. It's something weird, So that's what he discusses then in the northern part, is secondary rasas and mixtures. Then he wasn't satisfied with his descriptions of conjugal ras, because that's the highest thing. He wasn't satisfied with his feelings about different kinds of sentiments that different, Krishna's different lovers and wives have towards him, how they mix together, how it's a science. So he wrote another book just about that, which he said, this is a continuation of Nectar of Devotion. What's the name of that book? Yeah, Ujjvala Nilamani. And he goes into all these details of these sentiments and conjugal relation. Yeah. Ujjvala Nilamani. Yeah. So Rupa Goswami is, if you look at different people around the world, different religious people, they talk about, God creates the universe, God will send you to hell if you're bad, God will reward you. So basically Mahavishnu and Yamaraj, that's their idea of God, so on. But we go into this much more subtle thing. But it's not that other religions don't appreciate this. In Christian tradition, this conjugal love is called bridal mysticism. In the Bible, there's a whole thing called the Song of Solomon, where he says, kiss me with the kiss of your lips, okay? And it goes in that sentiment, But then the commentators, Christian commentators, St. Bernard of Clairvaux, he says, yeah, this exists, this very intimate connection with God, where, God gives himself to you and you give himself to him, He said, but before we have the kiss of the lips, there's the kiss of the feet, then the kiss of the hands. Some guy's really taking care of you. He's really good to you. You have no good qualities. You're raised up like this and that. Your mother is like some kind of weird person. Master takes care of you. Make sure you get an education. And what do? You steal money. You pollute his wife and run off. Like that. Then you get in more and more complicated problems until after like 9 months, you're in a position where eight guys are just about to kill you for a thing like that. Your master busts in, saves your life, gets his own cut on his own face, drags you out, and what do? You grab his feet, and you kiss them, and you say, thank you, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Because that's sambandha. Sambandha, that's what comes first, is just the kiss of the feet. And the next he identifies, okay, you get yourself together, you become a regular guy, you take initiation, everything else. And then Master says, okay, this has to be there by 2 o'clock this afternoon, can you deliver this? So you take his hands, and you kiss it, and you say, yes, sir, count on me. So this is Sambandha Abhideya, Majjhimadhikari. Then he doesn't distinguish between conjugal love and parental affection when he goes to the other one. But Christian traditions, they do go into conjugal love, and the Catholic Church, to my appreciation, has accepted, I think it's 7 different people who they consider to be on the level of conjugal love of God. The first one is completely obvious. You can figure out who that is with half a brain. Huh? The Catholic Church, who is in a relationship of conjugal love of God? Mary? Yeah. Yeah. She had a baby by God. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But what does that mean? What does that mean? You don't discuss these things till you've been a celibate nun or a celibate monk for 35 years. Okay. Now you can start talking about this. Same thing. And yeah, then they do. And very subtle, intimate things about what it means, what Mary's consciousness and surrender and attitude and everything else, to be like that. and then to become, the mother of God's child, So very, very, it's there. Santa Rosa of Lima, John of God, Teresa of Avila, in their writings and everything else, they accept that these people got to that level. And the Greeks also. Plato said the highest form of love of God is conjugal love. He said, but don't discuss it publicly, or it'll become vulgar. Their idea was koros kore. That was the conjugal lovers. When it went to Rome, it became hova and hoventa. And it passed all the way through English literature, European literature, down into other certain bucolic themes and stuff. When the young shepherd would play on his flute, the calves, unable to suck the milk from their mother's milk bag, would stand frozen with tears in their eyes. That phrase went all the way down to the 14th, 15th century, like that. And people acknowledging, I got this, like that. It was Divyavani, our professor in Peru, did research on this before she ever became a devotee. That's why she became a devotee, because of this whole thing of, she researched this back to the Greeks, and when she found it in the Bhagavatam, it was, this is where it's coming from. Okay, I want to read about these, this is the origin. So very wonderful book. We're starting off, and the first part's very practical. The summaries, everything's there. Bhakti Bhava Bhakti, Prema Bhakti, everything there. But then the details are later on. And ideas basically that we have to get it together in the sadhana bhakti level. We have to be able to always stay liberated and always happy, and maybe even start following, some advanced devotees, Raganuga, and then, Prabhupada said all the Brahmins should have Bhakti Shastri degree, and all the sannyasis should have Bhakti Bhava degree. So we're teaching that at that level. So the idea is that basically the sannyasis should all be at the level of Bhava Bhakti. So they should be coming there, which is not unrealistic, Yeah. You take sannyas, and usually it's about 6 years before you then start initiating. It's kind of like the traditional thing. At least 6 years after sannyas before you start taking disciples, so on. That's like the fast track. Their commentaries on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Vishnu Chakravarti and by Jiva Goswami. And Jiva Goswami's commentary is quite big, detailed. He said, my uncle's done a great job, but it's so difficult topic that some of these points are still, I can see, very obscure. Let me go through and do that. David Haberman, big professor, he translated it, and he has very nice commentaries, everything else on it. His introduction gives a fantastic history of the book. Bharata Muni was trying to describe, I'll finish off here then. Okay. Bharata Muni wrote the Natya Shastras. The copy we have seems to be identified about, I don't know, 500 AD or something like that. But they say, this is obviously coming from copies, and it appears that Bharata Muni was about the same time as Buddha or something, 500 BC or something, BC. And so Bharata Muni is trying to figure out what is drama, Aristotle's idea is that the drama, the basis of the drama, we're all following Aristotle in the West, Aristotle's idea is the basis of the drama is the plot. Okay. Evil Burmese drug dealers kidnap one devotee's sister from Manipur, and he and some of his friends get together and go and blow up their drug factory and rescue his sister. Okay. This guy who does screenwriting for UCLA, he says the whole plot's going to come down to like that. You can put the whole thing in one sentence, and then your audience watching the movie can figure out what's going on like that. So on, Okay, I title for that one. It's going to be Kung Fu Killers of Hare Krishna Mountain. It's kind of like it's a Kung Fu movie, like that. Those are the kind of titles they have, Simple plot, stupid plot, like that. And this is interesting too. Okay, because Bharata Muni's idea was that the plot is a secondary thing. The plot is an instrument necessary to communicate the bhava. That when you go to the drama, you should have an experience, a bhava. You should get a new perspective on reality, which takes you deeper into things like that, bhava, like that. So his thing was, and you talk to Kung Fu people, these Kung Fu movies, they say, the plot's there. The plot is just something to string together the Kung Fu fights. Give kind of an excuse. And halfway through the plot may totally change to something completely different. But that's not, no, we're there because we're waiting for the next fight. And to see this guy, okay, yeah, we know this next girl, she's a really good kicker, like that. She's famous, and this martial arts thing is really, really good leg work and stuff like that. And she can take on any guy, like, and so on. Okay, we got Bruce Lee on this side, okay. And how do they stage this? She jumps from the ceiling and spins around like that. Yeah, okay, I love him. You know. So he's Oriental. Still the same thing. But that was his idea. So what creates the bhava? Okay, the properties, the things you paint up, the postures and gestures that the actors have, like that. So he classified this as vibhava, anubhava, sattvika bhava, vyabhichari bhava. And this is how you create the bhava. This passed from him to Abhinavagupta, who was a Kashmir Shaivite impersonalist, who introduced Shantaras as the highest thing. The highest thing is just to be neutral. And all the rest of the bhavas are kind of contaminated. Different things, his ideas. But still another line was going through the same time. Mars Bhoja, who you may have heard of, he was a big guy in Indian history, okay. He wrote on Vastu, everything else. He was an emperor, kings under him. He also wrote all about drama. And his ideas are very similar to our ideas. Then from that you can see this line. This is David Haberman's introduction. Very nice to read. We use it. Comes to Rupa Goswami. So all the terms that Rupa Goswami using are terms for drama, for theater. Our yoga is Gandharva Veda. Our yoga is realizing Krishna through singing, dancing, and drama. Right? In the beginning you may not have the drama there, but that's not what we're supposed to be doing. Until you get that, you're not advancing. Lord Chaitanya would always act out the song. He would be singing and acting out the meaning, like that, and so on. Yeah. So that's what the raga comes. And what's going on? You can chant Hare Krishna, but what does it mean? Right? There's a nama, you chant the names, you're very faithful, then what happens? Nama, Rupa. Where's Krishna? Where's Krishna? Oh, a picture of Krishna. Hare Krishna, oh, yeah. The deities. You know that you're chanting, you're kind of at certain points you want to have a picture or something, you want to see something. That's a natural progression. Nama, Rupa, or Charit. Upadeshamrita, Nama, Rupa, Charit. Charit or Guna. Then the qualities. Well, Krishna's there, but what is he? He's got his character. Is he friendly? Is he happy? Is he unhappy? Is he brave? Is he, funny? Yeah. And then what's next? Sangha. Because you can't have Leela without Sangha. Yeah, like that, yeah. So then he's got his associates, and they're involved in this, and with that then we have pastimes, like that. And that's how it has to expand. If you're chanting, the form is not attractive to you, then you're spaced out. You keep on chanting, I got to sit down, I got to see that. Okay, the form is there, then some qualities, then after that. So it expands like that naturally, so on to the thing. And then, so the whole thing is drama. The whole thing is lila in the end, like that. And so for that reason, Rupa Goswami, which this is the science, this is what we're talking about. You understand Krishna consciousness. When it first was produced, released in Los Angeles, they say, Prabhupada said, now read this book 6 times, and all your questions will be answered. Not that you say, what is this? What is this? Read on. It's circular. We're going to study Bhagavad Gita again. More depth. So David Haberman says in the beginning he was like disturbed because Rupa Goswami makes this philosophical point. Then he has so many examples from the Bhagavatam. Why all these examples? Then he began to realize the book is not like a logical book. The book is a workbook. It gives you the stimulation you need to experience the things. It's not just a logical book. It's trying to give you the experiences to experience this feeling, that feeling, anubhava, sattvika bhava. It's also said that this is a summary extract of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam has 18,000 verses, but a lot of it is Daivi Varna Ashram. It's for taking your time, going ahead, progressing like that. But if you want the fast track, okay. How many people want to go back to Godhead? Okay. Now, if you want to go back in 3 minutes, how many people want to go back? Okay, stop breathing. And chant Hare Krishna. That's it. Okay, just go tie your hands and legs together. Put a stone around your neck and go jump in the thing and chant Hare Krishna. Okay. Well, okay. I'll take Get a little slower process. Yeah, 3 days. 3 days. Stop taking water in 3 days. Chant Hare Krishna for 3 days. Stop taking water. This is the Dhruva Maharaj line. Okay, a little slower. Okay, stop eating. 3 weeks. 3 minutes, 3 days, 3 weeks. A little slower. Get up in the morning every day. This is killing me. This is killing me every day. I got to get up. Yeah. But it's going to kill you over 30 years. Okay. So it's like that. So if you want the fast track, if you want to get all 18,000 verses all the way to the gopis dancing with Krishna and everything else, here it is. Summarized. Yeah.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. It is the summary, but as you explained, it's not logical. If we read the Bhagavatam, it's a story format. We absorb it a little. It's easier for our head. It seems like something that has a natural progression.
Yeah.
Somebody comes, it happens, and this is the result. But as you said, we are. Sometimes I wonder when this is the last of the seminar, and I'm really worried about the book because I wonder if I will get anything out of it. Sometimes you read it, you may write an exam, and you'll be scared to sit in front of you the next time because I don't know why I got the certificate.
In the Gita Govinda by Jayadev Goswami, one gopi tells her friend, it has stories too, but they're short. Little like short stories like that and so on. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's also very personal, Puranic. But again, this is the fast track. So everything's very quick. And some people are ready for this. Yes. So you go to some big Christian saint, everything else. And they do. They read these books. Actually, the Catholic Church had to ban Prabhupada's books from the monasteries in a very polite fashion. They said, we know many of our brothers are reading these Hare Krishna books and stuff, and we know they have some natural interest in other cultures, but we think because of the nature of a Catholic Church and this and that this is not quite appropriate. Therefore, we are making a rule that these books are not allowed in our churches and monasteries. But still, some people are doing it. 2 nuns came to see Bhakti Marg Swami. They were from French nuns from the Caribbean, full dress. They were initiated devotees. They chant their rounds every day. They're Catholic nuns. And then he said, yeah, you should go on with your vows. You've taken these vows in this church. And they were chanting 16 rounds. I don't think they weren't initiated. I don't think they were chanting 16 rounds or anything else. Yeah. So, my experience, because we teach this, we use Dhanadharma. The teacher is supposed to be reading Waves of Devotion by Dhanadharma Maharaj. And Maharaj does this wonderful thing of just going through and explaining why Prabhupada is explaining it certain ways, and certain things are just incomprehensible.
So for the last semester, I wrote to Dhanadhar Maharaj's disciple.
Oh, okay.
And we ordered the copies for everybody. And the Waves of Devotion. Yeah. So we got a discount of 50% off.
Okay.
So the $20 per book, it is $9.95 per book. Okay. We ordered 30 copies. Yeah. And so then we got the Waves of Devotion for everybody. Yeah. And it was recommended, not mandatory to read. Yeah.
That's why our way we're structuring it is that the teachers in the Bhakti Vaibhava program, that's the idea. Teachers in the Bhakti Vaibhava program, should read Waves of Devotion. And then he can then help the students answer questions and stuff like that. Because some of the words, even just some of the words, the way Prabhupada translates the word is confusing. There's one mistake in here, which is a horrible mistake.
Actually, in this latest version, they corrected Maharaj. Yes.
They changed it or they put a footnote in?
No, they changed it. They changed the word.
That was a big controversy. It says a Raga-nuga devotee is absorbed in pure love of God. He has nothing, gives everything to Krishna. The actual word in the Sanskrit is ragatmika.
15th chapter.
Yeah. And then the way Prabhupada translates it in Chaitanya Charitamrita is ragatmika. So I guess at that point they felt so determined, But I've seen everybody, sannyasis, everything before, like saying, no, Raga-nuga bhakti is not for us. It's way beyond that. So there are other things, there are translations, but I'm sure they haven't changed. But what it means here is something else. The way Prabhupada explains this word can be transferred for 2 different things. And also the thing is, too, Prabhupada does not give any graphics. The stimulus for all kinds of love of God is called, what's it called? Vibhava. Vibhava can be divided into Krishna directly or Krishna's temple or things related to Krishna, which is Alambana and Udipana. Alambana, Krishna directly, can be divided into his different ages. his different dresses, and his Sanskrit word for each of these. You start getting down to this point where Krishna's ankle bells, when he was a child, is alambana, is vibhava, alambana, kumar, so and so. Yeah. So Prabhupada kind of mentions it, but he kind of like puts half of it there and breaks half off like that. So until you have the actual physical chart in front of you, it's hard to follow the book like that. And actually in his book there's a mistake. One of the graphics, he may have corrected it. And also because the way we are, every year teachers say the students are more and more visual, more and more third class. Second class person can understand by hearing, or first class guy, Yeah, by hearing. Okay, but now you got to have PowerPoint, everything else. You got to have a picture, so on. I can't understand. Draw me a picture. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So that's why if you go through it, then it's very nice because you see in Prabhupada's books like Srimad Bhagavatam and stuff like that, it's all based upon Rupa Goswami's commentaries, everything else like that, and so on.
What do we expect to get from the book, or what is the book expecting from us?
The book in the first part there's introduction. There's a mistake here. It says that the book starts in chapter 1. And Rupa Goswami has his own analysis, table of contents. His index is really big. Okay, hope it's good. It probably is. You paid for it. Okay. Yeah, no, it is. You just take your time to get used to using the index. Then you discover, okay, one Nobel laureate said, books are not to be learned. Books are to be forgotten. That you don't learn things that are in books. You learn how to use the book, like that. Okay, I don't have to learn all this stuff. No, it's all in the book. I got my books around me and stuff like that. So same. Well, here it is. Okay, this is the waves of devotion. Next of devotion, the way Rupa Goswami divides it up, and it says that it starts with page 3. It doesn't. It actually starts in the introduction. And that's Rupa Goswami's having his Mangala Archanam, my obeisance to Sanatana Goswami, that kind of stuff. Then the first part, he'll tell you, what is devotional service? Prabhupada says that some man says, I have so much bhakti for the demigods. I have so much bhakti for my wife. When I don't see her, I cry. Prabhupada said, this is not bhakti. This is lust. Yeah. So what is bhakti? And that gives a very nice definition of the terms like that and so on, like that. Very clear definition. One of Prabhupada's godbrothers, or something like that, who was critical of our ISKCON devotees, was saying, these people don't even know the definition of bhakti. So one devotee in the audience said, no, Maharaj, we know. Anyabilasita shunyam gyana. He says, you know. Yeah, you know. Anyabilasita shunyam gyana karmadi navritan. What's the verse number? You should Bhakti by Baba's student. What's the verse number for that? 1:11. There we go. Yes. Easy to remember. 1.1.11. Okay. And you see Prabhupada's books again and again. So first said, what is bhakti? And it's for us because we're coming in this tradition. We know kind of karma, yoga, okay, But for other people, and even to talk to people, I'm doing yoga, this and that, and we talk. What is bhakti? So it's a very good definition, discussion of that. Next is who can become a devotee like that, who can take the devotional service. But boy, I have so many attachments. I like cars. Or I like clothes. Okay. Yeah, no problem. You like Krishna? Yeah, I like Krishna. Okay, no problem. We can start with you. A little bit of taste, okay. Why don't you go shopping for some clothes for Krishna and Radharani? Oh, we can do that. Okay, I can sacrifice a little bit. And after you actually one time Rukmini Dwarkadish in Los Angeles, at one point they hired one professional company that designs clothes for movie stars in the movies. They design the clothes for movies. They designed then to design 2 outfits for Rukmini Dwarkadish at one point, And so they said it was just a whole different thing. The whole place was just, we're designing, who are they? Everybody's asking, talking. And they said it was funny when they did it, they made a big blow-up of them and have it right in the front of their place when you come in. They're like, we need to work just like that. But even they said it was this incredible difference like that. So on, designing clothes for these Hindu mythological characters. So, close enough, like that. So he defines it, and people that you got some taste, okay. Okay, then there's 6 symptoms or 6 results from devotional service. What is devotional service? It produces results. It produces basically 6 results. 2 occur at sadhana bhakti, 2 more manifest at bhava bhakti, and 2 more manifest at prema bhakti. So the summary of everything he'll tell you. Yeah. The first one to manifest is? Yeah, relief from distress. Okay, and after that? Yeah. Cheto darpana marjanam bhava maha devagni nirvapanam shreya kairava chandrika vitaranam. It's almost like the Shikshastika is matching up with Vidyavadu Jivanam. Yeah. So then everything becomes harmonious. What to speak of no longer suffering, now everything is harmonious. My job is, I got a nice job, my family relations have straightened out, my mother-in-law and I are getting along. I think we're talking. My health and body, if I found a good diet, and so everything starts to become harmonious. Okay. So that's what you're going to get from sadhana bhakti. And the next one, bhava bhakti, 2 more symptoms occur. I know the Sanskrit. So durlabham. Moksha lagakrit. Something durlabham. Yeah. You start to minimize the idea of liberation. Prabhu, I just want peace. I don't want all these hassles, social sacrifices. I didn't join ISKCON for all these social problems. I just want peace. And then the point, no, forget the peace. I'm looking for so devotional service, he's fighting everything else. What is become harmonious? Now we're actually dealing with all these kind of things like that. So, and also then at bhava bhakti, you minimize the idea of liberation. As I just did to that. And also then it's very rarely achieved. Very rarely to find somebody who's at that level. And finally, at prema bhakti, 2 things occur. Yeah, Sandran. Yeah, it's an impenetrable bliss. You can take like a nail with a hammer and beat on it, and you cannot get impenetrable bliss. And yeah. Because Krishna is attracted by Radharani, by devotion. So that's all explained in detail. Okay, then what is sadhana bhakti? Then he gives very practical things. And then he divides in different groups like that, the deity worship, things like that, the body, the mind, 5 principal things that are the real essence of it. Like that. And then after that he goes into Raganuga Bhakti. And you can understand, because some people are maybe at that level. You've been doing your service some time, a few years, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and everything's okay. You know how to do it. I'm going to be on the airplane from Mangalartik. Okay, I can do this instead. You got it worked out. You're always doing your Vaidya Bhakti. You're always accomplishing all. You understand what it means. Jayananda would go out in the morning to the produce market. He wouldn't be there from Mangalartik. He'd come back after the Bhagavatam class was over with all this donated stuff and everything else. And so devotees would go with him. I would with him sometime. He would always take 2 or 3 devotees with him in this big van. He would do the whole Gurvastikam and Kirtan, driving to the market like that. He was even more enthusiastic, When he got back, he would grab someone like me and say, let's read the Bhagavatam a little bit, You sit down and read the Bhagavatam. After some time I noticed everything was there. The full morning program was there. But he had a taste for doing it. He had a taste for doing it, so he always made sure he got all those things in. He was attracted to that. That's Raganuga. He was following, what it is like that. Yeah. So you learn that, and then you get it go on. And then finally he goes through Bhava Bhakti, a little summary, what it means. At that point, the heart begins to melt like that, with the first rays of Prema Bhakti like that. That's the beginning, like that. And you can figure out who you are at that point. I got a seed. Okay. Well, what is it? I don't know. It's a seed. Well, let's plant it. Okay. Need water, need sunlight, need protection from animals. Okay, this is all, it's growing, So I don't know who I am. I know I'm going to become a devotee in the spiritual world. I'm going to wake up. So it grows, it produces a sapling, it produces, leaves, fruits, flowers. And finally the first thing that grows out, it's a, no, not an apple. It's a peach. Yeah, it's a peach, But it's green. But it's a peach. That's Bhava Bhakti. I know my relationship with Krishna. Maya cannot touch me, but it's not mature. So Bhava Bhakti, then there's always ways of stimulating to come to the point of maturity. And then the final part then is Prema Bhakti. So then that's 2 chapters on Bhava Bhakti and 1 chapter on Prema Bhakti, like that. So that's what you're going to get. How much are you charging? It's not enough. Like Vaisheshika says, some people give their whole life. But you take your time, read it, and find out where you're at in your own spiritual development, like that and stuff like that. And you'll see Prabhupada's books, other books. It's the same thing, like that. So, any final questions, comments, complaints, donations? A donation, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. 1 second, the microphone is coming back to you. There we go. Yeah.
Yes, Maharaj. Earlier mentioned there was 3 items: Scripture, Guru or Lord, and the third item, you have everything for spiritual understanding.
Okay. This is it. When somebody asks you a question, you just open Prabhupada's books and say, that's the greatest feeling on earth, when you can just open Prabhupada's book and say, okay, 10.8. Bhagavad Gita 10.8. There it is. Okay. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matah sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mang buddha baba samanvitaha. I am the source of all material and spiritual worlds. Everything comes from me. Those who know this perfectly worship me with all their heart. Purport. A learned scholar who has studied the Vedas perfectly, of course, the perfection of the Vedas is Srimad Bhagavatam. A learned scholar who has studied the Vedas perfectly and has information from authorities like Lord Chaitanya, right, and who knows how to apply these teachings can understand that Krishna is the origin of everything. So we have to have scripture, shastra, guru, and bhakti. Do it. We know how to apply it. And those 3 things you can know. And then Prabhupada says no amount of fools can deviate him from his understanding like that. It's interesting because I think he repeats it again. No, he doesn't. He says that. Then the entire rest of the purport is citations from Shastra. That Krishna, Gopali, what was it? The Narayani Upanishad, what else we got here? There's the Narayani Upanishad again, the Maha Upanishad, the Gopal Tapani, the Moksha Dharma, that Krishna is, So Guru Sadhu, Shastra. But you've got to, actually it says that every realization you have should be confirmed by Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. Yeah. So where's your realization? That's for, you have to be engaged in devotional service. You have to have some thing about who's God, what am I, then you confirm that, with Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra.
That's
you got to be, huh?
And is that Nam Shirkan, Nama Kirtan? The verses Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita, that kind of corresponds with that.
Yeah. Go Hari, Guru, Vaishnava, Bhagavata, Gita. Those are the 5 things that our faith is based on. We believe in God. Okay, some people don't believe in God. They follow the Vedas. Yeah. Hari, Guru. We believe in gurus. We believe in Vaishnavas, the association of devotees. This is important. And we believe in the Bhagavata, Srimad Bhagavatam, and we believe in the Gita. So that's what we are. We accept God, we accept Guru, we accept the importance of the association of devotees, and we accept Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Other things too, but that's what it means to be a follower of Narottam Das. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
The question is it possible for somebody to follow the Vedas but still be an atheist? Because when I was reading today...
Yeah, Jarasandha was a big example. Yeah, Jarasandha was a big follower of the Vedas. And so Shankaracharya is, follower of the Vedas. He's presenting himself as an atheist. Actually, out of the Sad Darshan, six philosophical treatises, where'd that come from? And asked Radhika, somehow or other, some point along the line, because it's not mentioned any place, somebody decided that all Indian philosophy is basically divided into six major authorities like that, some other. And so then 5 of those are 5 of them are atheistic. Only Vedanta of Vyasadeva. Patanjali, as far as I know, Patanjali says the ultimate goal is to realize that we're all fingers cut off from the Paramatma. And the conclusion is to become reconnected, like that. But then there's no voluntude, Spanish word. There's no volition. There's no free will. The finger just does what it's supposed to do. So basically it's like Shantaras. He accepts a Shantaras with the Paramatma. And he accepts that we don't become one with the Paramatma. You can talk about it that way. Yeah. If you look on the Wikipedia, it's a really great source of information there for Patanjali. It says that when he existed apparently at this time, he was apparently a great sage, but then comes down and at some point somebody is representing Patanjali and we got his writings and stuff. So originally Patanjali himself was kind of like obscure, so on. Yeah. But and also to devotees, Patanjali gives yama, niyama. You got to do this, you got to do that. You got to do this, you got to do that. Got to avoid this, you got to do that. Yama, niyama, asana. What's the other one? Pranayama. Okay, all these things, right there in yama, whatever niyama, things you're supposed to do. He says Ishvara pranipat. Ishvara pranipat. If you surrender to God, you don't have to do anything else. Right in the beginning. He said, look there. Oh, yeah, it's there. No, look. Like that. Yeah. Bhakti yoga. Oh. Yeah. But it says right there. It says Ishvara pranipat. Well, Ishvara means something else. Ishvara means the principle of harmony that exists in all things. Right? That's, within everything. Isha vashyam idam sarvam yakincha yajagam jagam. No, that means Isha there means, as they say, it means the impersonal harmony, that principle, like that. Yeah. So, yes, it's possible. Upanishad, Vedavata Rata. Vedavata. No, Maya Pavita Jnana, Vedavata Ratas. They know the Vedas, but they pervert them. Yeah. You can become God. My guru has achieved complete realization. Baba Ramdas said this. His guru is Nim Karoli Baba. I'm not sure, his tomb is on the Parikrama route in Vrindavan. They're the close one like that. I'm not sure if Nim Karoli Baba would have agreed this, but at least his disciple at that time, Henry Alpert, Baba Ramdas said, you go higher and higher and all the dualities disappear. In front of you come to like this wall. And you can't go through that without the help of a guru. And the guru will take you through. And after that you get this realization, and my guru has gone through like that. And now my guru is having sex with every part of the universe at every moment. Sign me up. How much do I got to pay? He's having sex with the microphone. He's having sex with his nose. He's having sex with the window. They quote from the Vedas. Then actually devotees met him. They said, well, how can you say this stuff? And he said, Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pradipurvakam. Then Krishna, then the devotees were telling Prabhupada this the next morning. Then Prabhupada said, and what did you say? And the Baba says, shows you don't know the philosophy. He said, that is for initiated devotee. Right? Tesham satata yuktanam. He said, that is for initiated devotee. Because then you're fully engaged. At second initiation, when you surrender to the service of the deity completely, then Krishna takes you as good as himself. First initiated devotee can also be in this level. But basically, second initiated, you have to be on that level. You have to be engaged 24 hours in the service of the deity, like that. And then Krishna reciprocates. He'll tell you, like that. But not somebody like, who's doing all kinds of strange things and everything else. Oh, Krishna told me to do it, right? Yes. 9/11. Okay, yes, sir. I like your haircut. Looks good. Actually, you could play Buddha in a Hollywood movie like that. just don't say anything and keep a mild smile on your face.
No questions now then.
Okay, no questions. Yeah.
So, Maharaj, I just wanted to know, how do you describe the Srimad Bhagavatam when it was spoken by Sukadeva Goswami to Parikshit Maharaj? The language, it was not written, means basically it is spoken. Mm-hmm. So after that, when it is handed over to Prabhupada or Sridhar Swami, or there are different acharyas, so where it was stored, because 5,000 years ago, so could you give some insight on the historical records?
When it was written down?
When it is written down till a couple of centuries ago, how it was handed over, where it was stored.
Wow, okay. Do you want to start from the nose or the tail?
It starts from the belly.
Okay. If we start from the nose, okay. Modern Indologists say, okay, there's, oh boy, I have it, I guess I don't know if I have it on our website or not. There's a devotee, what's his name? Adwaita Das. Yeah, what is his name? It'll come. Edwin Bryan. Bryan or Bryant. And he's a professor at Rutgers University, which is quite a very reputable university like that, and so on. So he wrote a paper called The Date and Provenance of the Bhagavat Purana, like that. If you want to talk to these people, you've got to talk their language. The date and provenance of the Bhagavat Purana. And he goes through all these arguments because you even see it in the introduction to the Bhagavatam, not the introduction, the first few verses. Prabhupada says, some people say the Bhagavatam was written this date. Some people say it was written by some guy named Bopadev or something like that. You see Prabhupada mentioning that. He says, but this isn't the oldest Purana, this and that. So Prabhupada does go into these arguments a little bit like that. So the other people, they're more concerned with it. Okay, the devotees, they go more detail. So, and this is the thing. He says right in the very beginning, it's very difficult to date the Puranas because of different things and this and that. And people will say, yeah, it's a difficult thing. There's nobody who's going to say, hey, it's like this, that, and this, and here it is, cut and clear. It's just, practically speaking, I don't know any scholar on earth who would say that. They would all say, yeah, there's difficulties, and this is that, and this is that. But we have it pretty clear. We know that the Aryans came from someplace in the Middle East, and they invaded India. And then that's why we British guys have the same language as you Indian guys, because these guys came from the Middle East like that. So the invasion theory is nobody is putting any more fuel into it to support the invasion theory. You understand? The way modern scholarship is, but because it has so much mass and momentum behind it, it's still going on, but it's slowed down a lot. Like that, because the evidence, more and more evidence starts to come that this, wasn't there, like that, and so on. And again, this is very difficult. This probably says they don't know anything beyond 2,000 years, really, like that. And so my own investigations, I did Vastu Shastra for preaching. I investigated a fair amount, and they say the same thing, really. They'll say that the Vastu we have is coming from two sources: the Maya Danava Prakash and the Vishvakarma Samhita, maybe exact opposite. One from Mayadanava, who's the architect for? No, Mayadanava, yeah, and also the demons. He's the architect for the demons. And Vishvakarma is the architect? Yeah. So the Vishvakarma Prakash, or whatever it is, then talks about how to build temples, how to build your house in such a way that you'll live simply, you'll be purified, you can higher consciousness. The Maya Danava Prakash talks about how to build casinos and hotels and places like that to increase your enjoyment. That. Now, these are part of the Pancha Siddhantika, the 5 treatises on Vastu, which apparently existed. because there are references to them, but they appear to have ceased to exist, the other three, sometime before Christ. Okay. And that's what they say. They say beyond that point it's just pure speculation. So Prabhupada's right. Historically and everything else, beyond 2,000 years, is starting to push it. But it goes on. This is the point. Is that the archaeology is not a dead science. Somebody finds some reference about the Egyptians had a big fight with some empire which was very powerful, and he was a great king. Okay, but what is there? There was the Egyptian Empire and there was a Greek Empire. What's the third? Maybe about 80 years ago. So then something else and some coins show up and this and that, and then some rough location, and then somebody goes there and they find up on this top of this hill this wall, and the wall goes on and on and on, and this digging it up, and there was a whole city here, and this is that, and okay. They discovered the entire Hittite civilization, which was so powerful that the entire Egyptian civilization was defeated by them, and they signed a treaty with them. Did Troy exist or not? It's in the poems by Homer, but why did the Greeks invade Troy? Huh?
The whole story is about wanting to pick up the wife.
Yeah. Because the face that launched 1,000 ships. Okay. She went to, what an image like that. If she walked in the temple now, everybody would be, like that. It wasn't it. Like that. Money, power, so on. But did it exist or not? So people have found different evidence, things like that. So going through, then they found this Hittite city. They start digging it up. What do they call themselves? They found something like 5,000 clay tablets, all written in cuneiform alphabet, but they can't translate them. Okay, going on, struggling. Then finally some guy is looking, during his lunch, he's looking at something. It has these words, which in cuneiform, basically it sounds like, this says, and then you will have your lunch and your water. But this is not Middle Eastern language. This is Latin. This is a Latin side. Wait a second. So for that one little breakthrough during lunch, they started trying to look at the things then from the other side, and then they started translating them and so on. So they translated just a few, some of them. How long does it take? They translated out of 20,000 tablets or something, maybe translated like 800 or something, And so who knows what they're going to discover, because these great detailed descriptions. They had an empire, was extremely, what's the word, rigorous, rigid. Very much the king was the god. And when the Greeks invaded this one city on the coast with this name, then they came and defended the city. Check this and that. That was Troy. And Troy existed. If you look at the evidence, it's like, if I got to put a gun to my head and make a choice, I'm going to choose this. So that's what's happening. Actually, archaeological history and everything else is discovering stuff. And the more it goes on, I would say it's actually supporting our parampara view of things. Our parampara is passing information down. And archaeologists, they look at other kinds of evidence, epigraphs, coins, this kind of stuff, so on. So from this point of view, the Bhagavatam was written something like in the 12th century. That's what the historians say. It was written in the 12th century. And then I guess whenever it was, then Sridhar Swami was the first commentary known. That was in the 14th century or something, his commentary. Then after that, come other commentaries. And there was their view of the thing. Okay. But they all kind of agree, these things existed before. Other things existed, The story of Vritasura, Vritasura and Indra, it's in the Rig Veda, which they accept as being the oldest thing like that. The Bhagavatam is an anthology, and those guys who know it, they say, it's the best. I've seen even atheists who believe in evolution, they say, evolution is fantastic. Evolution produced the Srimad Bhagavatam. Directly. That's the proof of the glories of evolution. This is the Indian guy, because it produced such literature and philosophy, and it culminated in the Bhagavad Purana. So people who know it, they just say it's incredible. But it was an anthology by Bopadev. Okay. So Radhika and everybody else, all our scholars, are trying to figure out, well, what's this Bopadev guy? Well, so-and-so says, well, scholar so-and-so says Bopadev, scholar so-and-so says Bopadev, scholar so-and-so. So in this paper by Advaita, he goes back and traces it back, and some scholar, 1956 or something, who's studying Bopadev, who was some nice guy, I think he wrote the Harivamsa or something, or some commentary, very nice commentary. And then he quotes the Bhagavatam. And then, not in his book, but in an end note, he says, it appears that maybe, possibly, Bopadev also produced the Bhagavatam that we have. And that's it. They say, oh yeah, so-and-so says that Bopadev composed the Bhagavatam. And you go back, that's what he says. Yeah. So, but then why would he have done it if he was quoting it? He's quoting the Bhagavatam to support himself. So many reasons like that. So, okay, that's one thing. Okay. Next thing is the Vaikuntha Perumal Temple. People know this in South India. You maybe know this place, Vaikuntha Perumal Temple. It has inscribed on the wall, these stories of the pulling the Vasuki and the demigods turning the ocean of nectar. It has all these things. I guess even Krishna's pastimes and so on there. Now this temple can be easily dated back to the 8th century or something like that, which of course is 600 years before when the Bhagavatam was supposed to be written or something like that. Okay, no problem. We know these stories existed before. First canto, second canto. Look at the third canto. Oh yeah, okay. Fourth canto. Yeah. Fifth canto. Oh yeah. Like that. All the stories follow exactly the descriptions in the canto. It's the way it's organized in the Bhagavatam, like that. So that's like, okay, well, so much for that theory. Or maybe the whole temple, So this is what's happening with them. So now they're starting, I know big Indologists who are saying that they're starting to talk about the hoary age of the Bhagavatam. It's much older than it was. Because of Prabhupada, because of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the Bhagavatam in Indian society, I know, big Sanskritists, people who start learning Sanskrit from the time they're 5 years old. They're born in families like this, grow up and everything else, study, respected, internationally respected by big scholars as being big guys. They're telling their friends, I used to think the Bhagavata was for less intelligent people, sentimental people, this and that. But after associating with these ISKCON people, I'm beginning to realize that it's not that the Sanskrit of the Bhagavatam is inferior, it's that my Sanskrit is inferior. Like that. I've heard them directly tell their scholarly friends. It's happening. And of course, Radhika and Krishna Kshetra just finished a book off with some modern analysis of it. People just don't know. Shankaracharya stuff is translated. A lot of Shankaracharya commentaries, everything else are translated. So that's what scholars deal with. It's there. Other stuff, Madhvacharya, Ramanuja, Nimbark, not available. It's a lot of work to be done. Prabhupada wanted that. He said, collect the writings of all the other acharyas, all the sampradayas, and make your library. So much work to be done with that. So then the Bhagavatam is coming along like that. Okay, so now we got it back to the 8th century. And okay, next point is if you're going to inscribe this on the wall and everything else, it probably was pretty prominent before you did that. So we're looking at maybe the 7th century. Okay. The Bhagavata is not written exclusively in Puranic Sanskrit. Yeah. Not a lot, but some of the, I would say, I'll put the word in here. It sounds like something like about 7% of the Bhagavata, or 5% or 7% is actually Vedic Sanskrit. Dharma projita koita bhatra. The word would not be Dharma. Dharma is the Vedic version. The word would be Daimika or something like that. Coming from Dharma or like that, something like that, whatever it is. No, Dhimahi. It wouldn't be. Dhimahi is the Vedic version. If it was Puranic, it would be Daimika or something like that. So on. And all throughout the Bhagavatam, there are these Vedic, things like that. So there's another point that it seems like, it's an anthology from the Vedic age and stuff. Well, that was added in by people to try and make it look that way. Yeah, people were so stupid they couldn't recognize a forgery then, like that. No. And also to the way it appears is not really, to go through systematically and put the stuff in was also stupid. So Western scholars are starting to look back at the Bhagavatam as being maybe as old as anything we're talking about. And again, you start to become very loose at that point. Yeah, they'll say, look at the Britannica. It says, this happened, that happened, this happened. Who wrote the article? When was it written? So on. So among scholars, there's starting to be more flexibility, like that and so on. Yeah. Okay. Now, the tail of the elephant. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll take the tail of the elephant next. Okay. That was the nose. From our point of view, the universe is going in cycles, right? Your heart's going in cycles, right? Lub-dub, lub-dub. Your lungs go in cycles, right? Okay. Your stomach goes in cycles, okay? The days go in cycles, okay? The years go in cycles, right? The earth is rotating, the stars are moving in very slow cycles as the earth runs, okay? The whole universe runs in cycles. Why not? That's like if we got to make some hypothesis here, that's why not, Okay, so that means, Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, actually it's switched around this time, Dwarka Yuga, Kali Yuga. And it's like this, Yeah, okay. This is supremely important, very important to understand all this. That when all these stories when they're taking place, there's almost not a single story in the Bhagavatam which takes place in Kali Yuga. Yeah, right? Right on the shoulder, and the kings afterwards are mentioned, their characteristics, and that's it. Other than that, every single story in the Bhagavatam at least takes place in Dwapara Yuga, and some all the way back to Satya Yuga, like that. Okay, so let's at least look at the thing in terms of its own thing, and judge it on its own grounds, Okay. So, when Krishna was here 5,000 years ago, people were living to be how old? How long? What was lifespan when Krishna was here? Up to 1,000 years. You look in the Bible, where it's talking about Methuselah, he was living to be 1,200 years. Same paragraph, it mentions 4 or 5 more people also living to be 1,200. So-and-so lived to be 700 years old, and he begat so-and-so, who begat so-and-so, and then he died at 1,200 years. Yeah. So it's there, other literature. Merlin the magician, that whole history is considered to be like, coming from, authentic sources. So other places you look at it, it's the same thing. There were previous ages, like that. Carbon dating, we got into that whole thing. If you look at it, just, you look at it for myself, there's fundamental problems with carbon dating. That's how we say it. The universe is like this and that. You asked this question. Carbon, right? What is the atomic number for carbon? Yeah, 12. That means it has 12 hydrogen, a total of 12 protons and neutrons in the nucleus. Somehow or other it gets a little bit popped up. I guess it gets two more neutrons. It comes carbon-14, which is not stable. After some time it pops down and stuff like that. So where does the carbon-14 come from? Wikipedia will tell you all this. And then if you want to confirm it, go to the Britannica. Carbon-14 is formed in the higher atmosphere when cosmic rays, solar rays, hit the carbon and jack it up to carbon-14. Plants then take it in when they're breathing. Dinosaurs eat it. Sir Isaac Newton eats it. Julius Caesar eats it. Okay. Now, once they stop eating it, they don't take any more in. So whenever they died, at that point it starts to decay. It has we can make a curve. Okay, we can look at how much carbon-14 is in the atmosphere now. Okay, 0. Okay, 100 years ago, so-and-so died. Let's take a look at his bones, this and that. Okay, the carbon-14 is gone, is decreased this much. Okay. Let's look at Sir Isaac Newton's bones 500 years ago. Okay, this much. Okay. Let's go back to Julius Caesar's bones, 50 BC, that much. Okay, there. Okay. So that's how we do it. We make a curve based upon historically, we calibrate our thing. And we get it, maybe get a line, Actually, what do you get? Anybody actually done this? When you do your science, what do you get? Do you get all the dots fall in a straight line? No, you get to kind of go around there. It's kind of like a straight line. Close, pretty much, Okay, so we got a straight line. Horrible, Or else we got a hyperbolic curve or something like that, which you can match up pretty much, Okay. 1 gulab jamun is good, right? 2 gulab jamuns are better. 3 gulab jamuns are really great. Oh, you've already we get 4? Eat 5 gulab jamuns. Yeah, you have to. Eat 50. Yeah. Yeah, so we speculate like this. There are many examples in science of this process, rational empiricism, and really freaky examples of how science has had really funny things happening by looking at stuff, using logical means to expand this, and weird, like the Liberty ships. They had to ship war goods from Alaska to Russia during the war. They manufactured these ships very quick. They were maybe 3 times as long as our property. Not real big, but they were good. They were designed to function in cold water, icy waters, to take them right across the Bering Straits to supply this stuff. They manufactured a lot. They got a good alloy. It works. Every 2 degrees, we checked it out. The ductile strength is fine, no problem, like that. Okay. This is actually on the wall. If you go over to the Hearst Mining Engineering Building at University of California at Berkeley, and the Mining Engineering Building, which is one of the oldest, this big mural was there. It shows these boats floating around in the water, broken in half, like that, with rescue ships coming. So they started going to the waters in Alaska and everything else, and some stormy day, the boat's bouncing. Hey, Captain, there's cracks developing on the wall. How big are they? They're getting bigger, Captain. Everybody getting their life, put their jackets on, call some help, and it broke right in half. Back to the laboratory. Yeah. Now we're not going to look every 2 seconds or 3 seconds. We're going to every 3 degrees. We're going to look every 1 degree. The ductile strength of this metal was like this, well within our range, like that. But in this 2 degree range, it was like this, like that. Between 28 and 30 degrees, this metal turned into like glass, and that was this strange thing, So these are the limits. Example, the limits of rational empiricism. They accept. So. If you go then to carbon dating, you get this thing. They're calibrating their curve based on some experience like that. Any engineers here? Forget the software engineers. Any real engineers here? Anybody who constructs bridges or has to deal with real reality? No, there's nobody here. Okay. Yeah. Architects. No, ask an architect. We're going to make a building. Or a bridge, it has to hold up, Okay, this metal is safe to, 20,000 pounds of stress. Okay, and it's going to hold it's going to hold 20,000 pounds. Okay, no, you don't do that. Yeah, if it's a non-critical thing, you probably use 2 to 1, maybe even 2 to 1. If it's something where somebody's life hangs in the balance, you're going to do 6 to 1. If I need something which will hold 200 pounds of stress, I'll make it 1,200 pounds, like that. Okay, so now we have our curve, but what are we doing? Our data is like this, and we're going to extrapolate 2 times, okay, to where we're going. Well, let's extrapolate 5 times, right? Just pretend that if we extrapolate this 5 times over, it would tell us the truth. No engineer on earth is going to do that. It's the exact opposite. But what are we doing? We're using carbon dating to date Lucy's bones. They found these bones in the skeleton. Lucy died 1,375,432 years and 16 days and 14 minutes ago. How much have we had to extrapolate, our measured data? Oh, God, it's unbelievable. It's like, 250,000 times we just, 1 globalism was good, 2 globalisms are great. Okay, that means that 455,237 globalisms will satisfy if we're just enough bliss to drown the entire earth in ecstasy. Start eating. That's what they've done. I mean, I can argue with some scientists, and maybe he'll defeat me in this, but we just talked to a lot of people about this. Look at it. This carbon dating. Next problem is, it says, you look in the Wikipedia, it says, and this, of course, assumes the amount of carbon-14 production is a constant. It kind of slips right by you right there, Hey, wait a second. Well, why do we assume it's a constant? The sun's going through solar flares. We know all this, And look at the Britannica, then it says, well, actually, we discovered it's not a constant. Every 70 years or something, there's a change and so forth. Therefore, we've reanalyzed our dating using carbon dating, But what about 1,000 years ago? Maybe the sun goes through 1,000-year cycles. And therefore all the dates you have for all these animals are totally off. Because they got to be stretched by this thing. So this is their own process of trying to date the Vedic ages and that stuff, my own investigation. there's real problems that they have in their method of trying to figure out what's happening and all this kind of stuff. The next thing is, according to us, we are going through these cycles. If I go to New York in the wintertime, I won't see any fruits, flowers, leaves, squirrels, dogs, people. You see nothing. You see like gray, kind of snow falling a little bit. You can't see the sidewalk. You see these bundles of clothing moving around. You see automobiles. That's what you see, It's Kali Yuga. It's always like this. No, it's not always like this. Sometimes there will become flowers and fruits and boys and girls dressed up in colorful clothes and dogs chasing squirrels. And you're dreaming. This is all your Hindu mythology, anthropomorphic ideas. Like that. So that's what we're saying, that it goes through ages, And if you have a very, very nice, beautiful pear, juicy pear, okay, you put it in the desert and come back after 2 months, what do you got? Juicy pear? What do you expect to find? Huh? You probably find a really hard little black rock, The parts that were far apart will be lost in the wrinkles like that, Yeah. So this was here, this was there, in Goloka, Vrindavan, says that Govardhan Hill was like what? 100 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. If you go there now, it's, it shrunk. And the parts that were far apart, some of them just disappeared. Things just disappeared like that. So this is our logical adjustment. Okay, so Vyasadeva, Dvaipanyaya Muni wanted to divide the Vedas up. He wanted to put down the Puranas. He wanted to put different people in charge. He needed someone to write them down, right? Because everything was verbal, memory. Everybody could remember everything. What's your name? Your name? Huh? You remember that, huh? Okay. Like that. Yeah. No, but in the future, in the Kali Yuga, a dog doesn't remember what he did for usually more than about, 4 hours. So if some dog urinated in the house, he knows he's not supposed to do it. If you come and beat on him after 4 hours, he won't know why you're beating on him. I didn't do that. Some other dog did it. Why are you beating on me, man? You just can't remember, like that, And different things. Elephants can recognize 400 words, but they have longer memories. Okay, so before people, writing down the Vedas and everything else like a joke, because people had this vast, subtle intelligence, memories, everything else, the whole world, like that. But we're sort of coming into Kali Yuga, then Vyasadeva's point was, hey, we better get the stuff written down and everything else before this happens, So then he wanted to write it down. And so who was his scribe? Yeah, that's the story. And Ganesh wanted to do it. Did Ganesh want to do it? No. So he said, I'll do it, but you can't give any pauses like that. And Vyasa said, okay, I won't pause as long as you're realizing what I'm saying. So he tricked him like that. He would give a complicated point, and Ganesh had to think about it. He'd take a quick break and get back to it. That's the story, Yeah, okay.
Just a question.
Yeah.
The temple you mentioned,
yeah.
Where is it?
It's in South India. I don't know. It's pretty well known. The people from South India, they recognize it. Vaikuntha Perumal. Perumal Temple. Oh, the name is also coming to me. It's like Krichi or something. Yeah. Anyways, it's just like that. I get half the memory there and stuff. But maybe from South India, some people, it's so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's probably up there.
Huh?
We could Google it.
Yeah. Kanchipur. That sounds familiar. Yeah, Kanchipuram. So you go ahead and, how long does it take? Right there. How long would it take for me to write a 2 megabyte file to your USB drive? Huh? Yeah, okay. So I used to use a word there. I said, what? I said, write it to your file. Okay. So how long did it take, or how did Ganesh write the Bhagavatam? Yeah. This is 5,000 years ago, right? Was Krishna the only wizard, the only magician at that time? 5,000 years ago, was Krishna the only? There was all kinds of magicians. That's why Krishna wasn't showing up so much. People could doubt because other people also could do magic tricks. So maybe he's a demigod, maybe he's like this and that, Yeah. So when we say that Ganesh wrote it down, this is 5,000 years ago and everything else. Now, what exactly it means, well, where's the original copies that Ganesh wrote? Like that. Yeah, so we're talking very honestly, very simply that. If you want to analyze this stuff and judge this stuff, you've got to judge it in terms of the way it's presenting itself, like that. And there's so many things like this. Arrows would go right through Arjuna's body. He would hold on to his flagpole for a second and kind of get it back together and start fighting again. Any of us, if we had, you can ask Sergeant Sonnenberg back there, Arya Sonnenberg, if you have an arrow go right through your body, do you just kind of tighten it up and get back into it? No. But if you cut your finger when you're doing some sabji, can you press on it for a couple seconds and it'll close? Yeah. That's what it was like 5,000 years ago. Their bodies were so reactive, they could just kind of like tighten up. It's all consistent. All the stories and stuff are logically consistent. With what we're talking about. So it was written down 5,000 years ago by Ganesh, according to our traditions. Yeah. But then when it comes down into our perspective and everything else, Hridayananda Maharaj and people say that the copies we have may very well have been written. Like in a certain time, the first written copy may be the 12th century, but the epigraphs may go back to like the 8th century, like that, so on. Because the main thing about the Vedas, the Puranas are not concerned with transmitting information. But the Puranas are concerned with giving perspective, to get an idea across, like that. And if somebody's trying to describe, somebody's seen a bicycle in an Indian village, and someone's trying to describe a motorcycle to them, like that, They've never seen one before. You see, you've seen a car? Yeah. A car is a bicycle, like a motorcycle is a bicycle like a car. Huh? No, it's got a smaller engine, and it can do that? Yeah, it still works, little pistons and stuff like that. Oh, okay. At that point, there's this aha. That's what you're trying to do with the Puranas. Therefore, Sukadeva Goswami Maharaj Parikha doesn't understand. So Sukadeva Goswami quotes something else. He asks him a trick question. Depending on how he answers the thing. So Srimad Bhagavatam is not exactly a fixed literature. It's a way of talking about things, which means the glorification of Krishna and his devotees, like that. So therefore, it can change, right? And so the copy we have, may be, may have been written in the 12th century, this and that, and so forth, so on. This is what our ISKCON scholars like Hridayananda Maharaj. Radhika said when he was looking at Prabhupada says, Prabhupada was much more liberal than we are. We're like a fanatic, And Prabhupada said, maybe this, maybe that, But that's the whole point. The point is, you have to receive it from a guru. You have to receive a parampara, if you're fortunate. And then you can understand the message. You can see Krishna, like that. Yeah. And also, we're not changing. Whatever I've given you is what, is bona fide. Okay? Does that answer your question? Okay. Maybe you can go on here. Okay, one more thing. Actually, I got to get to tonight's topic. Yeah. One question, then we'll get to tonight's topic, which is Sanyasa, Vanaprastha and Sanyasa in ISKCON. Maybe people are trying to avoid the topic here. I don't know.
Keep it short, Maharaj. Yeah. Since you brought in Adi Shankaracharya's context 3-4 times in your lecture, recently there was a big cloudburst in northern part of India, and the whole samadhi of Adi Shankaracharya washed away along with big...
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Sorry?
Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so...
R.A. Bhagavan. R.A. Bhagavan. Okay. Yeah.
So what I was thinking, it's such a big thing in the whole spiritual realm of what's going on right now, and I have not heard any reaction from any of the ISKCON leaders or even big leaders from India. Like, I would consider may have some connotation with something, whether bad or good. Any comment, Maharaj? It's such a big thing.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I have the slightest, I don't know, I would say like you that it's a significant fact. I would tend to feel it's significant. It symbolizes something like maybe the end of Shankaracharya's, the end of the necessity of Shankaracharya's philosophy. Now we're bringing in a new age like that with A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami's philosophy. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, honestly speaking, what I would judge.
Okay.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Shri Radha Madhava Astasaki Ki Jai. Prabhupada says that Bhakti Yoga means accelerating the material senses. Accelerating. Devotees get lighter, everything. Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskrityam Nadam Chaiva Narottamam Devyam Sarasvatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udirayat. Srimad Bhagavatam Ki. We're supposed to go to 6:30, right? Somebody told me. When's the artik?
6:30. 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Someone told me 7 o'clock. Oh, weird. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're supposed to talk tonight on the theme. We finished off talking about on Sanyasa and Vanaprastha and Sanyasa and ISKCON. So this is Light of the Bhagavat. Light of the Bhagavat was written by was produced by Prabhupada because of an invitation to a congress in Japan on cultivation of the human spirit. That was the title of the congress, 1965 or something. And so Prabhupada thought most of the people coming will be Chinese or Japanese, and they're very fond of descriptions of nature. Actually, you can't surpass them. It's really, I don't know anybody who can beat the Japanese and Chinese and beautiful descriptions of nature. So then, he decided to take one chapter from the Bhagavatam, which was chapter 30. I think it's called Description of Autumn. And Sukadeva Goswami gives many examples of philosophy from the seasons in Vrindavan, the summer season, the rainy season, the autumn season, like that. And then Prabhupada then wrote translations, purports, and he described how pictures should be drawn for each one. If the organizers could do this, and he couldn't go in the end because he didn't have money. Okay. So after Prabhupada left his body, Tamal Krishnamars, Hong Kong BBT took all this and published it and did the art. And so this beautiful book, Light of the Bhagavat, And so I was very attracted to this. We use this as part of our whole preaching program like that. We organize symposiums, everything else. And I found out when I was doing this that Tamal Krishnamars was starting to do the same thing before he left his body. So, authorized, you know. So it's a wonderful book for preaching. We have a whole way of doing a symposium based upon this, how to attract people, and pick out different themes. And it's designed for intelligent people, artistic people, not internal devotees. It's designed for preaching. And you see how Prabhupada makes certain standards. He talks about certain things. Okay, this is how you're supposed to talk to this kind of audience, you know. And it's not, scientists don't like it so much because it's not so linear. You know, scientists want A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But this book goes A, E, B, C, E, D, F, G. It's like when you take prasad. The scientist will first eat all of his rice, then all of his dal, then all of his chapati, then all of his sabji. This is scientific, you know. But somebody else might take a little sabji and put it puri, then some sweet. It's also scientific, but it's the scientific of how to produce the rasa. So the book hops around. It goes here and there. But it does talk about varna ashram. Yeah? We're talking about education. People should know the basic principles, Prabhupada says, of varna ashram dharma, civilized life. Confucius. You all know Confucius? Okay. Confucius said, when you go for revenge, better to dig 2 graves first. Understand? Yeah. He synthesized all the previous knowledge before him. He didn't just come up with his ideas. He read everything, again and again, and he tried to write it all down in what is like the essence of all of our Chinese heritage. And it goes all the way through. Mao Zedong did not get rid of Confucius. You know, even now, still, he's a guiding force for most Chinese people, his Confucian ideas. Then after that, I guess, came Taoist ideas. I'm not sure, before or after. And then Buddha. Maybe Taoist was before. Then Buddhism came. And that's basically communism. It was there sometime. How it actually has made a permanent place in Chinese history, I don't know. I don't think that much, really, you know, Marxist ideas. And so that's, you know, if you want to preach in China, understand Chinese people, that's what's going on, you know. And Socrates, we're all based upon him. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. We all have that, you know, so on. It's all wisdom, like that. Okay, so these basic principles of varna ashram are everywhere. Everybody talks about that. I mean, the government of California makes certain rules about, you know, you can't vote, drink, or smoke until you reach a certain age. You can't get married like this, you know. And if you're married, this and that has to happen, you know. So there are rules. Okay, certain age you're allowed, past 65 years old, you're allowed to grow a beard, like that. You can pay less in your taxes. Everywhere in the world, everybody establishes certain rules of, you know, social conduct for different classes of people and for different ages, like that, and so on. Okay, like that. And so this is Veda. Vedas, of course, are the origin of all this, and there's nobody better than how the Vedas describe it, and so on. So in Prabhupada's books, the Bhagavatam, it's there, some description. Devotees use this to create a proper environment to chant Hare Krishna. Follow the 4 principles, okay, Varna Ashram, and you can chant Hare Krishna effectively. Varna Ashram is that psycho-social system which accelerates the evolution of the transcendental qualities of the spirit soul. Bhagavad Dharma deals directly with how to wake up your soul and love Krishna. But the best thing is a nice environment. You know, what does it mean to be a lady? Okay, that will give you a nice, peaceful environment. What does it mean to be a honest, brave king? Okay, you know. It creates the environment. But without Bhagavad Dharma, it's like trying to grow a mango tree with no seed. You know, got water, got everything else. You got a seed? No. Oh, forget it. No. But without Bhagavad Dharma, Varna Ashram Dharma is useless. It actually can become demoniac, like that. So that's why Prabhupada talks about Daivi Varna Ashram. That's Varna Ashram where the goal is Krishna, you know, and the process is like that. You know, it's Daivi Varna Ashram. So there's a lot of mention here. I was kind of going through it. I have an index. If you want to get involved, we have a whole index we made for this. But number 37 seems to be a good one. I remember that. Okay. And here's a beautiful picture, which if you want to buy this, we can sell it to you. These are mostly 20 to 30 megabytes, the pictures. You can blow them up to like about 2 meters, 6 feet. They don't lose any detail. And some of them she just put, the artist, Madam Lin Su Yang, she did really incredible details in some of the pictures. Others are kind of quick. Some you look at them, you start to realize there's a story there. hey, what's happening? You can see that stuff. She would have long discussions with Tamal Krishnamars about what Prabhupada wanted to do and everything else. Very famous artist. When she left China, she was going to take her paintings with her. Chinese government said, these are national treasure. So we're sorry, but you can paint more. So she went to Hong Kong and started teaching. And when she was doing this, her eyes were actually failing, and stuff like that. And so explanation is that she thought this was like, that nature was rewarding her, for having lived properly, that this is one of the last things she did, was to be able to illustrate this book like that and so on. And also so many miraculous things happen in terms of the art and stuff like that. So it's a very wonderful book. He's the person after Prabhupada left that did the project with the Hong Kong BBT. He was in charge then. And he was then directing it all and everything else like that. And so they told me that everybody asked, where's the original art? And I haven't found out yet. Yeah. But if she used standard technique and standard supplies, by now it would look better. After being aged for 60 years or 40 years, now it would look even better. So, but we have BBT has these big megabyte things. When you blow these things up, some of the peacock and stuff like that, it's just like you got to stop. It's just crowd stopper. Then what is this? Okay, you got a poster, you got flyers, 2 weeks worth of art exhibition. On 4 days out of that, we'll have guided tours. On a couple nights, we'll have symposiums. And we'll finish off with a big gala event with a fantastic movie, full dinner, $25 a person. Okay, and by the way, you can also buy the book. Oh yeah, you can also, if you want to, we'll print the art for you for a small fee. It's the whole thing we worked out, from preaching and stuff. It works. So this one here it says, text number 37, Srimad Bhagavatam, text 37, chapter 30, canto 10. With the inauguration of the autumn season, the rough seas become calm and quiet. Just like a philosopher, after self-realization, who is no longer troubled by the modes of nature. Got it again? With the inauguration of the autumn season, the rough sea becomes calm and quiet. Just like a philosopher, after self-realization, who is no longer troubled by the modes of nature. Okay, Prabhupada's purport. The result of self-realization is cessation of the storms of desires and lust. Okay. Which are products of the modes of passion and ignorance. This cessation of the storm does not mean that the sea becomes inactive. When the storm subsides, the work of navigation can take place smoothly. According to the Indian system of navigation, there is a ceremony on the seashore known as the Coconut Day. On the Coconut Day, the sea is offered a coconut because she has become peaceful. From that day on, the seagoing vessels sail to foreign countries. The three modes of material nature divide human activities into two different spheres, external, other introspective. As long as man is dominated by the modes of ignorance and passion, he is active externally in desire and lust. Men absorbed in desire and lust are called asuras. And they are always chasing after women and money. For the sake of women and money, the asuras exploit every source of economic development. As a result of the asuric civilization, the entire human society becomes like a stormy sea with no trace of peace and prosperity. It actually rhymes. Okay. Too much of an external view of the world gives rise to an overly large scale and difficult type of industry and trade known as software industry, known as the software industry, yes, as Ugra Karma. So you can open a new business now in the Silicon Valley called Ugra Karma. What is that? The word Ugra Karma means hard or difficult, and the word karma means task. The development of hard and difficult industrial undertakings always hinders the progressive cultivation of the human spirit. Asuric leaders of society never retire from such lustful undertakings unless killed by the laws of nature. For then there is no question of retirement or cultivating the human spirit. But men in the mode of goodness, have an introspective mind. And after a regulative struggle for existence, they retire at a ripe old age and engage their time in cultivating the human spirit. According to the Varna Ashram principle, it is compulsory that one retire after the age of 50. Prabhupada says by 50 years old, the physical energy is finished in the body, like that. Even your head, you get headaches from thinking too much and stuff like that. Then Prabhupada says also, he says, okay, maybe you can push it to 55, stuff like that. So anybody past 50 years old, you start to know, my short-term memory starts to go, I gotta, everything else, it's not just the gross body, but the subtle body also, okay. It is compulsory one retire after the age of 50 without considering other circumstances. Finished. The business office is closed at a fixed hour, no matter what balance of work remains. Similarly, after the age of 50, one must retire from active external life and devote oneself to the introspective cultivation of the human spirit. So it makes sense. This retirement must be compulsory so that foolish old men will no longer disturb the peaceful progress of spiritual culture. In the modern democratic government, no one should be elected after the age of 50. Otherwise, the storm of the ocean of nescience cannot be stopped to allow the ships and boats to sail back to Godhead. The greatest enemies of progressive spiritual culture in human society are the old fossils of political parties that are blind themselves and try to lead other blind men. They bring about disaster in a peaceful human society. The members of the younger generation are not as stupid as the old politicians. It probably appeals to everybody here. Yeah, right on, Prabhupada. And therefore, by state law, the foolish old politicians must retire from active life at the age of 50. So other people are strong. What I've seen, though, this is what Prabhupada's writing for these people. What I've seen is people, you give it to certain kind of people, like different class of people, is that you're ready to run out the door, like you're ready, to run out the door before people beat us to death, like that and so on. But you're kind of sitting there watching, and we did this actually with the one on cow protection in a place where they have slaughterhouses in the country in Peru. And I was wondering, how are people going to react to this? We're chanting, everything else, kind of watching people, they're passing this stuff out. People are kind of looking at it like, looking at the devotees like that, like that, looking at them. And invariably, every time I didn't see one person not do this. Like that. They folded it up, put it in their pocket, like that. This is something I got to think about. And so Prabhupada's preaching, the whole purpose of the book is not necessarily to come to conclusions, but to get people to wake up. This is the first step. Stop, think about it. Then he says, you want to understand more? Study the works of the Goswamis. And we happen to have them right here. Okay? First book. And I wouldn't take this as the second book. I would take the second book being your ever well-wisher. Prabhupada's biography. The person, okay, here's the author. Wow, great book, interesting. People read it. Then I would take out Nectar of Instruction and finishing off with Science of Self-Realization. Great books. What do you want to read? And also the biography of Lord Chaitanya. In Spanish, it's a separate book. In the introduction to the Bhagavatam, there's a biography of Lord Chaitanya. And in Spanish, they've taken it out as a separate book. And it's a perfect little thing to give so many people like that. So read those books. So basically, we see this, and it's very natural. I'll give one example. I know one devotee. He was very successful in the software industry, everything else. He was good Vaishya guy, so he got his income. He started taking loans for buying houses, and he's paying them off regularly. So he got to get more loans, called leverage. And so he got some kind of like a few houses going. Okay. Then his company said, hey, we're going to downsize, and do you want to take an early vacation, early retirement? And we'll make it worth your while and stuff. And so he's ready for retiring. Said, okay. Many times he could have advanced to higher positions, but he thought, why do I need 4? Basically, he was finishing off all of his work in about 60% of the day. Instead of taking 8 hours, it was taking him 4 hours and 4.8 hours. And one time he did this. He's basically working on temple projects. I know several devotees have all the Bhagavatam in Unix. So when your boss goes by and looks over their shoulder, it looks like they're working, you know. So, yeah. And it actually spreads. Other Indian devotees come by and say, Ravi, can I get a copy of that? You know? Yeah. Okay. So this devotee I'm thinking about now, he had one big project where he had to analyze what's on the software, what's available, and turn a report in. And he turned it in, and he thought, well, it wasn't that good. He did his work, but also at the same time it was Janmashtami, so half the time he was working on temple projects, Janmashtami, everything else. But he got his report done, turned it in. And then they started like downsizing. They're going to basically say, hey, we're going to have to lay off like 20% of you guys and stuff, you know. So people are getting called into the office, you know. So he got called. He said, we want to talk to you tomorrow, so-and-so, you know. I would change the name here, Anand. That's not his name, Anand. He said, oh my God, we want to talk to you about your last report and the work you're doing. Oh, okay. So he went in. Not only is this his boss, it's his boss's boss and the division manager. They're all there. Oh my God. He said, Anand, we've been looking at your report on this kind of stuff, and it's very lamentable, but we're having to let lay people off and who aren't quite fitting in with the work style and stuff like that, you know. And so what we want to do, this report has been so useful for us, it's been so valuable, and your work is so valuable that we want to make sure you don't get afraid and go someplace else. So we want to give you a raise. Like that. But please don't tell anybody, because we're letting everybody off like that. So he said when he heard that, his mind was sitting there trying to figure out, where am I? What room am I in? Who am I talking to? It was just kind of standing there in front of them, you know, like that. We're going to increase by 15% your salary or something like that. He didn't say anything. They said, okay, look, we don't want to lose you. We're willing to go 20%. Okay. Yeah. But that's what happens. You take the time for the introspective life. Maya will keep pushing you. You're a little bit afraid, she'll keep pushing you. But you can take an early retirement. Even while you're working, spend your time for the introspective life. You don't have to work 8 hours a day. You get whatever is necessary, Krishna will arrange. Krishna wants us to do a happy, healthy, wholesome life. Find a good job. It may take time, keep chanting, but you end up in a nice, reasonable, sane job. You're making money. Take care of my family. And also I have time to preach, to talk to people, and everything's happening. And I see by the time I get through with this job, in 20 years when I retire, a lot of people here are going to be devotees. Yeah? And then maybe Krishna take you out of it, put you in a more preaching atmosphere. But maybe not. Probably stay there. And then finally, okay, then as time goes on, then it becomes very natural. We retire. Your mind is not as sharp as it used to be. You can't think as fast. The air pressure in your brain drops down. That's the way it works. Like that. Yeah, but you become more intelligent, right? Hopefully hopefully even though we become a bunch of stupid asses, we also become wise asses. So okay. We're on television now. Yeah. No, we become more airheaded and everything else, but we start becoming more intelligent. We have more experience, more broad-minded. You're supposed to do a different job. You can run on the field and kick the ball until you're 25. Okay. You can stand on the field and go up and down and scream your head off and tear papers up and everything else, the players, until you're 35. Okay. You can train guys and get them better. Maybe not even go to the game until you're 45. Okay. But past 45, you should start sitting in the bleachers and watching the game, and you see stupid stuff happening, and you just kind of say, "Yeah, it's got to happen." And the coach comes up during the halftime and talks to you, and you give them some ideas and some strategy, and you inspire people. You try to get the vision. Once guys have got the vision, once the younger generation has picked up the vision, it's I got what you're talking about. Hey, my friend, this and that. Yeah, okay, Haribol, like that. Where am I going? I don't know. What am I doing? I don't care. All I know is I am on my way. Mode of passion, come along. Okay. Yeah. And by the way, come back in a week and I'll talk to you again. Yeah. So this is it. It should be a very healthy progression in material life and in spiritual life. We should be becoming more intelligent, more introspective, more valuable. And then women and men. And the idea is at a certain point you try and get out of it formally. Vanaprastha, the husband and wife, voluntarily follow everything strictly, more sadhanas, turn the big house over to the kids, Haribol, get an Airstream trailer, travel around, visit your kids, stay with them, give them advice. And you buy a small place in Vrindavan. And basically, 2 rooms. You got your living room, your kitchen, and your bathroom. And a nice community, other people. And Vanaprastha life is like that, very simple. And then the husband starts taking off more and traveling, and it's more difficult for a wife to go on these kind of things, so she stays with the kids more. And eventually it goes from Vanaprastha, which is this living very simply, progressive, to Sanyasa, and the Sanyasa ashram, okay, completely. We're going to try and give up this conception completely of husband, wife, and try and get completely off the bodily platform. And maybe if not all the time, at least we can kind of be right near the door, and when some problem happens, no problem, we can hop right out the door and avoid this. So sannyasa means getting ready. At that point, the wife becomes a civil widow. She goes back to the family. And in proper family, then she becomes an extremely important person in giving perspective to her daughters, her granddaughters, and her great-granddaughters, like that. You see this, right? Cultured family, we have 4 generations like that, going on like that. And then it becomes very easy to deal with a lot of problems. The Ayurvedic doctor says, Grandpa, I got a patient here. Did his grandfather have this hereditary thing? He said, yeah, that goes in their family. Oh, thanks. All these things, Ayurveda, Vastu, everything else, they require living in the village. They require multi-generational perspective. You're not going to have Ayurveda until you have multi-generations, until you get back to simple life close to nature. You can do something, but it won't be working. So that's a natural cycle. And how to apply this in ISKCON? Okay. I was mentioning our good friend there was not named Anand, but we'll mention Anand. He's retired, everything else. And he got on the phone, he was saying, what am I going to do now? I'm bored and whatever else. And so for 45 minutes I was in Texas walking back and forth. And he was talking to me about everything else. So finally we got all through this thing here. I say, you got to travel, you got to preach now. It's a whole great life. I know, I'm a sannyasi. I did this and that. I went through this and that. You did it? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to take off for South America in about 2 months. Come with me. And you can do preaching programs. Well, what do I talk about? You talk about what you did. You built an entire temple, right? Yeah. How many families got initiated out of that? 25 or 30? Okay. Your kids, all of your Indian friends who weren't devotees, what happened to them? Quite a few got divorced. Quite a few became alcoholics, Yeah, you avoided that. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Start topping and looking at it. For old people, geriatric medicine, one of the biggest things you do is you show them movies of other people's lives. And they start going through and putting their life together. Who am I? What did I do? What's right? What's wrong? Pack my bags. And some of it you can take with you into your next lifetime. So everybody you start getting older, you take and go through, review it. I'm 35 years old. What's gone? 1/3 of my life's finished. What have I got? Stop for a second. Take a week off. Every year you take time off, right? Yeah, stop. Look at the year. And as it goes on like that, there are in the cycle. So Vanaprastha is time to take a stop. Look at it. And again, you can go directly from Grihastha ashram to Vanaprastha ashram. You don't have to go. Go directly from Brahmachari ashram to Vanaprastha like that. You don't have to go through Grihastha ashram. But usually, for most of it, we have to go through it. You got to try it out. Okay, yeah. Learn the difficult way. Let's not learn the hard way, but let's try it out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then a little more faith and determination, do more austerities and Vanaprastha, living together. Now there's an emotional gratification. My wife laughs at my jokes. My husband calms me down and gives me some good advice about how to deal with difficult situations. So there's an emotional, subtle, emotional sexual relationship level, but it's subtle. It's not causing big problems. Not making the ocean so disturbed that we can't navigate our ship around and this kind of stuff. But in sannyas, the idea is, okay, what does nyas mean? Yeah, renunciation, give it up. So sannyas means, okay, completely like that. Now I am civilly a dead man. Now I am civilly a widow. I wear white. Like that, yeah. But the natural, and so Vishnu Priya is an example of ladies' side on this thing like that. Lord Chaitanya took sannyas when he was 24 years old. She was 16 years old, yeah. But she became just as good a sannyasi as he was. He was preaching the glories of the holy name. She preached the glories of the holy name. I'm going to follow my husband, For every Maha Mantra, 1 grain of rice. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Ram. 3 o'clock, take up all the rice we got. That's what we're going to eat today. How much rice is 64 rounds? Yeah, feel hungry? Yeah. That's what she was doing. 64 rounds is about that much rice. Yeah. So she was always this, she was like smoky. She wasn't even there, actually. You looked at her, it was just like she's half there, half not. She was always like the waning moon and always absorbing ecstatic love, for Lord Chaitanya, like that. In this Nimaya Nadia movie, she's sitting there like in the movie saying, in this incarnation, everybody will see you. The most degraded, horrible, rotten people will be able to see you in this incarnation. Everybody in the world will be able to see you, except one person, Vishnu Priya. So much suffering, but so much fun too. Yeah. So she's an example. The sannyas is for everybody. It's for men, it's for women. But women's nature, it's much easier for her to follow. Lord Kapila Dev told his mother, understand the Sankhya I'm teaching you, but Bhamini, Mommy, you're used to thinking of me as your little boy. Just continue that same way, right? This is Kapila's Sankhya for his mother. Hey, here's all the Sankhya, the analysis. Understand it to some practical degree, but really you're used to thinking of me as your little boy. Just go on with that. But add in the Sankhya, add in the stuff like that. So when Lord Kapila Dev left, she wasn't, muttering cosmic tables. She was thinking about my son's gone, how will I live, bring him back. But she was using the Sankhya she learned from him to understand. What's lamenting? My stomach? Prabhu, I really like Krishna consciousness. I just had a Sunday feast. No, Sankhya, that's my stomach, But still, no, something else likes the prasadam. It's my heart, my soul, my mind. Yeah. So everybody, men, women, this sannyas progression is necessary. And so we're emphasizing, of course, men, they should be leading. And then in the sannyas platform, so this devotee took off, he traveled to South America, and he wanted to travel, and his son also wanted to go with us, and his wife also wanted to go. So we're all going there. And they all just took everything they'd done. They put it all together, and we had these fantastic preaching programs. They were so good that, and also too, as a sannyasi, I can't talk to men and women about their real detailed problems they're having in their program, but they can. They've been through it. They're all through stuff. They raised the kids, everything else. So all of these people in South America were talking to them about their spiritual life individually, and they were just overwhelmed with how much they'd actually learned. I didn't know I learned so much. He went through and did some work. He looked at some management theories and produced this fantastic description of spiritual management. It was so good that when we were in Argentina, we did a program with the ambassador. We were coming back in this direction, and Anand was going to pass through Chile and come back just overnight. The ambassador of India, Indian ambassador from Argentina, called the ambassador in Chile and said, "You got to get this guy to talk to your people. He's this incredible, nice program." So they did it, and he arranged it. He went to India, and his spiritual master had him engaged in this. "Oh, you're doing those things. Try those here." Oh, it was so successful. Finally, he was in the Times of India, like that. And now I have more work to do now than I did when I was ever, and I could ever do as a grihasta. So kind of making this point that, this is a natural progression in ISKCON. Reading Prabhupada's books over and over again, it really says that, okay, Vanaprastha is enough. If you're not your nature and that kind of stuff, you're not such a Brahminical nature or whatever, okay, then just live as a husband and wife together to the very end, but follow 4 principles strictly and be fully engaged in devotional service. And, Krishna will understand. He'll help you out. But, it's better. If you can do it, the full sannyas program is better like that and so on, So that's kind of our class we're supposed to give. You got caught up in carbon 14 dating, like that and so on. And so gradually keep that in mind. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, the purpose of Grihastha Ashram is to get ready for Vanaprastha. That's what you're doing. That's why you're in Grihastha Ashram. Not so I can figure out how to really enjoy my life and eat this and that and, comfortable place and this and that. No. You're there to realize you're never going to be happy. How many people here have ever had a perfect diet? nobody's raising their hands. It's like he says, you try this, you try that, You're never going to work out. And there's always going to be problems eating and this and that. The body does not get diseases. Prabhupada says, the body does not get diseases. The body is a disease. Yeah. If you get rid of all the problems your body is causing you, mental and physical, you'll have no more body. That's it. Yeah, that's understanding. So the perfection of Grihastha ashram is to leave it. yeah, and go to Vanaprastha. And the perfection of Vanaprastha is to leave it and go to Sanyasa, civil widow. And the perfection of Sanyasa is to become a devotee. Yeah. But we're becoming devotees, but this helps. Bhaktivinoda Thakur never took sannyas. They say, while we're taking sannyas, he was saying, what's the use at this point? He wasn't even conscious of his environment. His family was taking care of him. They say, Grandpa, here's your lunch. Yeah, thank you. Like he was somewhere else. A little bit of consciousness. They come back after an hour. He ate something. Yeah. He was in samadhi. He was always chanting everything else. Maybe sometimes he would come back for something very spiritual, like that. So what's the use of taking sannyas at that point? So on. But yet, generally speaking, it's good. It's progressive. It helps us like that, and so on. And so now we see in ISKCON. I've heard that from